return to Lumen Field Sunday, November 24th, to take on the Arizona Cardinals during our annual Salute to Service game. Tickets are available now at Seahawks.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate, or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there on another dreadful, dreary day that's going to be all about the wind, apparently. Apparently, we got a massive windstorm coming, so batten down the hatches, everybody. Be careful out there.
Hate the wind.
Why?
Just annoying. Remember in the Dust Bowl? Remember back in the Dust Bowl, Matt?
I don't remember.
I
don't remember the Dust Bowl, but we know that you do.
Matt last time was like, yeah, Dave was a small child at that point. Yeah, people went crazy because of the wind. It's just an annoying weather phenomenon.
I'd rather the wind than the rain. I kind of like the sound of wind. It's soothing.
I think you might be insane.
I don't mind wind at all.
Bob's gone insane. I told you, just like the people in the Dust Bowl.
And I did it without $1 million, Dave. It didn't take $1 million to make me nuts.
Oh.
As you say, once you get beyond $1 million, you start getting weird. And I'm not anywhere close.
Okay.
So, anyway, hopefully everybody out there is good. We got a big show coming your way. Coming up at 2:30, Jonathan Hankins will join us on the program, fresh off his first career interception. We'll talk to him about that. Roll the tape will happen at 3:15. Our buddy Adam Ray will join us at 3:30. He's got a big special that just dropped on Netflix, his Dr. Phil special. Mark Schlereth at 4 o'clock and El Hombre Michael Bradley at 5 o'clock. You guys can text in throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Whatever's on your mind. But we start turning the attention away from the 49er win to the tough task of the Arizona Cardinals, which still sounds weird, but you got to respect them. They're in first place in this division, and they're playing better than anybody anticipated. At this point, certainly better than I anticipated. They're sitting there. It's not like they're light years ahead. They're 6-4, and the entire division behind them is 5-5. So they're a game better there. But is it fair to expect the version that we saw of the Seahawks against the 49ers, which was very good, especially on defense? Is it fair to expect that's what we see moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's fair to expect that. I didn't think that anybody going through the film today, looking at it again, it wasn't like anybody did anything that was extraordinary. It was like they did their jobs. And so I feel like that's something that can continue. And I always say this, that once you get the recipe and you put it in your back pocket, it's like, okay, we've been here before. We know how to do this. And we'll go through it today. But there's lots of things to like about the way, that they won that game. By the way, you look at Arizona, and we'll get into them a little bit more tomorrow, but Marvin Harrison Jr. was a guy that I was down on just because I didn't like the fact that he didn't want to do anything. Mm-hmm. I watched a game earlier. I think it was Detroit when we were looking at that, and he caught 2 passes for touchdowns, and one of them was like, he looked like Larry Fitzgerald. He looked like a guy who had been playing in the league for 10 years. So, yeah, I mean, it's with him and Kyler Murray, and he's got a target there, and, they look really good. So that was a big surprise that they're actually leading the division.
Yeah, I mean, geez, Kyler Murray, you got to give him credit. I've spent a lot of time criticizing him. Many have, we make fun of his contract stipulations that he has to study, and do things like that. But he's completing almost 70% of his passes right now, 12 touchdowns, 3 picks, thrown for over 2,000 yards. And then you bring up Marvin Harrison. He's got 33 catches, 6 touchdowns, 499 yards so far. So they are handling their business. By the way, Murray on the ground, 371 rushing yards, 5 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
So he's a problem. He's a problem when he appears to be maybe he's grown up. He's focused. I don't know what's changed. New head coach. Maybe he's just hearing the right voice, but he's a different guy than we've seen in recent seasons.
We've seen that with the coach and quarterback relationship, that it can change. And you look at O'Connell in Minnesota with Sam Darnold, and just got to get the right person sometimes. And so yeah, Kyler Murray just always has been kind of a guy that you thought maybe had a little bit of an attitude problem. You go and look at his record, was always 1-2 games under 500, and just really wasn't a winner. But the other thing, with him and I'll be interested to see if maybe he's changed this, but I mean, I remember seeing Rasheem Green get a sack on him one time in the open field, and it's because Rasheem knew that he wants to run outside.
Right.
He does not want to run inside. And, it was like a big open field tackle, and you got a 295-pound defensive tackle, defensive end, and he's able to win that battle. Yeah, I mean, there's something going wrong. So, we'll see where his scrambles are, but it's definitely a little bit different this year with Kyler Murray. He just has more confidence, and, But that's the one thing I'm interested to see. Is he still going to, if all things are equal, that dude is going to try to run and get to the sidelines.
Well, and if the Seahawks can replicate what they did against the 49ers, I like their chances. The Cardinals, while being surprising, look far from unbeatable. Just in watching the amounts of their games I've seen this year, not a ton, but you've seen enough to go, okay, they're playing well. Do they look? They don't look like the Lions. They don't look like some of these other teams. I think they can be had, it's going to be incumbent upon the Seahawks to replicate what they did last week and keep that moving forward. And Mike McDonald yesterday talking about why we're starting to see a more disciplined version of the Seahawks team.
Yeah, and I think being disciplined comes with trust, and that comes with doing a lot of good stuff consistently. And now you start to see, hey, all my teammates and the guys playing next to me are going to do their job. Therefore, I only need to do my job. And I'm glad that it's coming together with EJ since he's been here in the short weeks that he's been here. But yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be disciplined. Nobody wants to be this out of whack operation. So how do you kind of make that come to life and make it tight so the guys trust one another, and again, it's all about playing the right way, playing connected. That's the secret sauce.
It's funny with Ernest Jones. He really, I said this before, I don't remember anybody playing linebacker as well as he's playing it right now. Now, small sample size, but still, I've seen him now 4 different times, and this is something that has driven me nuts over the years of running under blocks, trying to avoid contact and slip tackles. And, talked about this yesterday that Ray Roberts and I were talking about the one guy that could do that every time. He was the most unsound linebacker ever, and that was Junior Seau. And he would run underneath blocks. I've seen him do it 3-4 times, and it's just an innate sense that he has for space. And what he does is when he runs under the block, instead of going over the top of the guy, you're going to try to run around him on the backside. And it really doesn't make sense because the ball carrier is going to the right. And in order to get in a position to make a tackle, you're going to go to the left. That's what happens when you run under a block. But then as soon as you get there, it's about the angle that you take. And what he does is he gets flat right down the line, and he has an ability kind of like Spoon about just able to just reach his body out and stretch it out to the maximum and make tackles. And I've seen him do it a number of times. So, I feel like with him, and then Tyrese Knight played really well, just as an example of, where they are right now defensively. And then all of a sudden you see Spoon. We'll get into this when we roll the tape, but all of a sudden he's back to being Witherspoon, the guy that we saw last year. So, yeah, I feel like you're starting to see that where guys trust one another. Before, it was like you didn't really know where somebody was going to be. And you see guys that are, like Mike said there, they're trusting their teammates. And, that really goes a huge, long way, especially on defense. We can talk about it on offense as well, but on defense, you have to know that guy's going to take care of his gap, and I'm going to take care of my gap whatever way I can. And sometimes it's in a way that's not necessarily sound, like I just described with EJ there. But man, he's been fantastic. He's been beyond what I would think. And what's funny is I don't really remember him playing that well when he was with the Rams. It wasn't like he was a huge problem.
He wasn't somebody we focused on.
Yeah, I mean, you thought he was a good, solid player, and they speak very highly of him. But now you look at just the difference that he has made on this defense. It's pretty amazing.
Well, now that we've seen they're capable, right? You've got players that are capable. They did it again. This is, I would say, their best win of the season.
Yeah.
In terms of the quality of the opponent, what was on the line, situationally, what was at stake, on the road, all that. Best win of the season. So we've seen them do it against, you don't qualify it with, well, it's the Dolphins, or hey, it was the Broncos and it was Bo Nick's first game, and that kind of thing. There wasn't really a qualification other than injuries. And not to discredit those, but every team has them at this point. So now that we've seen every facet of this game kind of step up in the way that it did against the 49ers, should we see it revert back in some way against the Cardinals or down the road? Does that not tell you it's the coaching? Players are capable. It's up to the coaches now to say, we've got the talent. We've seen it. They've executed. And we've got to make sure that they continue to execute.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've probably proven that on defense, not so much on offense. And, but they're starting to get the players. So I think right now it is that it's all on the players because they figured out that, and this should be no surprise to anyone, that Mike McDonald's scheme is sound. Mm-hmm. And, if you run it the right way, and that's what they're doing. On the other side, I would say that's a little bit more of a question mark. Just because some of the things that we've seen, I think that they've taken a positive step, and when I say that, I'm talking about Olu and Abe Lucas. If those two guys, and then you got Charles Cross on the other side, and it's kind of interesting because I was thinking about just to be offensive line specific, and I know you love talking about offensive line.
It's my favorite.
Yes, you look at the Lions. I mean, the reason why they're so good, they have a really good right tackle in Panay. Decker is on the left side, and then you got a center, and then those guys can all kind of help out the guards. Well, if Abe Lucas is what we thought he looked like, you see Olu look really good, and then you got a good left tackle. And, maybe he'll start to play a little bit better. He hasn't been dominant this year. Mm-hmm. And so, if you're able to just get, like we always talk about, it's not like all 5 players on your offensive line are going to be, Pro Bowlers. But if you have 3 guys, especially, or even 2, just one guy can help out the guy next to him. I talked about that, the play where Anthony Bradford jumps off sides and Luke goes over and daps him up and like, hey, don't worry about it, man. We'll get it next time. I mean, that's just kind of the stuff that they need, and they're starting to get it that way. But, yeah, I mean, some of the things like on the short yardage stuff where it's like you got to also know what you have. And, we were talking in the sports pit about the 4th down run with Charbonnet. Number one, I didn't think that he had – I didn't think he had enough steam to get going because he was lined up at fullback. He's also struggling a little bit right now. But then also just why would you run over Tomlinson when you got Bradford, and on the 4th down play, Bradford and Lucas just wiped out that entire side of the line. So, yeah, all of a sudden now it's like, okay, maybe on that side we're seeing the guys can get it done, but it's more about calling the right plays and helping them out.
Hey, the Seahawks back home this weekend, as we were just talking about. Today is the last day you can enter to win 4 tickets to watch them take on those first-place Arizona Cardinals at Lumen Field. That's this Sunday, November 24th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab to find out how to win. Now, if you don't already have the app, no worries, completely free. Just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. Now, looking good coming off that game. It wasn't perfect. There were mistakes made, and there's never going to be a perfect game. But what didn't we see? And you guys can text in on this as well, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. What didn't we see in that 49er game that you need to see, you want to see moving forward? For me, you hit on it. It's the O-line. I need more consistency out of that group. I need to, hopefully Abe's going to be more and more available to where he's just the guy that I get the baby steps and the pitch count and all that. And maybe that'll still be true this week, this game, and maybe the next one. I'm not sure what the plan is, but just give me something that's established, that's fairly, again, you're not going to be mistake-free, but just let's get that run game going. Let's make it a true threat, and it's consistent week to week.
Yeah, and I really think, and like I said, I think Charbonnet is maybe struggling a little bit. He's just not the guy, and that might also be how they use him. And so, we saw that Abe Lucas, I guess technically, I don't know if they're giving him the sack on Bosa, but, Charbonnet basically got in his way. Yeah. Instead of helping him, he got in his way. And so, we just need to see a little bit of an improvement out of him. But again, go back to what we're looking at in the short yardage. There was actually just a regular play. I can't remember. It was like 2nd and 7 or whatever. But they spread it out, and they give it to Ken Walker, and Ken Walker finds a way to sort of scramble and slither and find, a gap or whatever.
Picked up 4 yards.
Picks it, yeah. And then there's times where he picks up 2 yards. And it's like, well, it was 4th and 1, I mean, why not run those kinds of plays? And I'm not, again, it's rare that I'm the offensive coordinator, although I've tried to do it the last couple of weeks. But, to me, it just looks like if you're able to get the right calls for these guys, I feel like they're okay with who they have. Tomlinson is a really good blocker against the pass. Pass rush, really good. Not so much as far as plowing the road for a short yardage play. Bradford's the opposite. Bradford is that guy. You get behind him, he is strong as can be. And, I think with help with Lucas, he can get even better. But, it's not like he's a great pass blocker. So, yeah, just getting the right calls and getting used to and trusting those guys, I think will be kind of the key as far as that offensive line goes.
Something I've seen just in conversation, I saw it in an article I was telling Lefko, I think it might have been CBS Sports or Yahoo. I can't remember. I was reading a bunch of different websites, but they were talking about the Seahawks and making reference to a rebuild. And I've seen some on social media just saying, well, they're in a rebuild, and what do you expect? I'm like, this is not a rebuild. But then I didn't even realize this happened. Kirk Menefee was on with Brock and Salk, and Lefko brought this up, that Menefee spoke to this very thing, yet he's on the opposite side of that opinion.
Because I think anytime you change head coaches, it's a rebuilding year. And you change the coaching staff. I mean, let's just be realistic about that. They're very, you rarely get a Tampa with Tom Brady and Bruce Arians steps aside so Todd Bowles can take over, but he's got a Super Bowl winning team. I mean, that doesn't happen in the NFL. When you change head coaches, it's because you haven't won. And you're looking for the new staff to come in and turn things around, which is rebuilding. You don't usually keep the same pieces you've got. They've got to get their players that fit their schemes on both sides of the football, their philosophy inside the building, the kind of guys they want. We love the word culture right now, but that's a big part of it. And that is what's going on, not just in Seattle, but every team that has a new coaching staff.
So I guess it's subjective. It's based on your definition of a rebuild.
Right.
If that's his definition, then okay, fine. By his definition, it's a rebuild. I look at a rebuild as we're tearing it down. We're starting over. And for me, it starts with the quarterback. That's your general on the field. That's the most important position on the team. And if you're saying, well, like the Jets, we're all assuming they're going to be in a rebuild. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming back. They got rid of their head coach. They just fired their GM. That's a rebuild. I bet Devontae Adams will be gone. We're clearing it out. We're starting fresh.
Yeah,
they are. If you want to say, well, they're rebuilding the coaching staff, okay, I can get with you on that. The team, no. You got new faces every year, but you still got the same quarterback, got the same running backs, got the same receivers, got the majority of the same pieces on the line for the most part. Same with defense, same with defensive line. Couple new faces, new linebackers came in, they're gone. You have new faces, but rebuild, no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't agree either. And Kurt's he's a incredible. I got a chance to work with him. Very smart guy and everything. And I guess I can see it's your definition. One of the other reasons that to me it's not a rebuild is John Schneider, because he has built this team. And now he has control over, final say on draft and all of that. So, yeah, I think, it was when we had Ray Roberts and that subject kind of came up, and he said, I think this is a year of discovery is what he called it.
Yeah, I mean, it's new, and there is a lot of new in the coaching and maybe the philosophy and all that. But, again, it's subjective in your definition of a rebuild. Maybe it is. Okay, I'll give him that. For me, I'm looking at it going, this is not a rebuild. Yeah, new coaching staff, maybe new philosophy and message, but the participants, the ones that are out there to execute said philosophy, they're the same guys for the most part, and especially in the key positions.
Yeah, well, and look, the biggest problems, again, were inside linebacker, in my opinion, because they're the most important. I think you might say safety, but, you got Julian Love, and you got Spoon, and you got Kobe Bryant now emerging as a guy finally. It just drove me nuts last year that they just left him behind. He was kind of left out of everything. But you got your safeties; they're in a good spot. But it's middle of the field. You address that by going and getting Big Cat, and then drafting Murphy, and then you retool at linebacker and getting Ernest Jones in here. And look, it's one game, but Tyrese Knight, and we'll talk about it when we roll the tape, but. Do you remember the T-shirt tackle he had? It was on Juwan Jennings, and you could see the white undershirt just like stretch.
Right.
And he tackled him to the ground there. I mean, he was just all over the place, and I don't know, that was just such a veteran move. I mean, that's how you get somebody down. It's not always, just squaring a guy up. So they retooled at linebacker, and then, Connor Williams weeded himself out. But, now all of a sudden you got confidence in Olu, and that's supposed to be a tight knit group, and it really wasn't. So I like that they're being very aggressive and not sitting around and waiting for, okay, let's wait and see if this guy will play better. Okay, let's just let this veteran stay in here for a while. They moved on from it, and it's working right away.
All right, let's take two.
A couple of procedural notes from the Seahawks reported by Bob Condotta recently. Tyler Mabry cleared waivers, while Rayshon Jenkins, Artie Burns, and Uchenna are all available to come off IR this week.
Love to see Uchenna out there.
Me too, man.
Would love to see out of everybody on that list. You want to see everybody healthy, certainly, but Uchenna he's a guy who can have an immediate impact.
He really is, and of all those guys, and and I think Rayshon Jenkins. I mean, he was a guy I liked early on. He had he was the culprit a couple of times on some of those runs, taking bad angles and things like that. But Uchenna, I saw him on the trip. They brought him along just in anticipation of him being part of the team. Got to shout out Tyler Mabry. I'm still waiting for Tyler Mabry. He's kind of like Stone Forsythe. I loved Tyler Mabry in college, and then watching him a couple of times, and he's a good blocker. So maybe that'll work out for him. So I'm excited mostly though about Uchenna.
I guess congrats are in order to now head coach and GM Aaron Rodgers, because the Jets fired GM Joe Douglas after 6 seasons with the team.
You know what they're doing there, Dave? They're rebuilding.
That's a rebuild.
Yeah, coach is gone. GM is gone. I'm going to guess Aaron Rodgers is gone because his money is not guaranteed next year. Can't imagine them bringing him back. They're in the midst of a do-over. Like, all right, this didn't work. Let's start over.
I feel bad for Saleh being, part of that. They had a good defense, and they really still do. But just we'll see what happens in a couple of weeks here. But yeah, that's just a you-know-what show back there in New York.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, especially because, I don't know, I've liked Aaron Rodgers in the past, but I hate seeing players get too big for their britches. Hate it.
Yeah, he's gotten large. Very large. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Coming up, Jonathan Hankins was excited and also kind of scared when he picked up that first interception. You'll hear what he has to say. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
His ability to drive the team late in game is his best attribute.
In the last 2 years, 7 times. Fourth quarter overtime, 7 game-winning drives, tied for the most in all the NFL.
And I knew they were going to win the game as soon as he got the ball. Honestly, as soon as they got the ball with, 2:30 left or whatever.
Timeout, yep.
I said the only reason they lose this game is if they leave too much time on the clock and San Francisco comes back again. Like, he has just been absolutely money in those spots. Heck of a game from Gino.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Right tackle Abe Lucas played Sunday for the first time since last December after having off-season knee surgery. He played 70% of the snaps as the Seahawks ease him back in. He talked to Wyman and Bob yesterday about the continuing process of returning from that injury.
I'm not at risk for getting injured again. It's just something I have to, like you said, continue to recover and rehab from. I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize muscle injury or tendon injuries, whatever it may be, they take a lot of time to heal. And sometimes for, I guess, somebody who's not in sports, the best recovery is to really not do anything. I can't really afford that. I have to heal and continue to strength train and football train and all that stuff. So it takes a little bit of time just to reacclimate everything. But I'm in a good spot with it, and I'm continuing to get better. And I'm able to play on it, and that yesterday's game proved that, and so we're going to build off of that.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
In the PNW, we all know what driving is like here in the winter. Very slippery. Our friends at Mazda of Everett have your solution. A huge selection of over 600 new Mazda all-wheel drive SUVs. With over 600 new Mazdas in stock to choose from, you can find the Mazda that's best for you. Plus, right now, they've got 0% financing on select new Mazdas on approved credit during the Mazda A Season to Move You sales event. See for yourself why Mazda of Everett is different. MazdaofEverett.com.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Dave Wyman with an important message for those recently diagnosed with prostate cancer. Several treatment options are available, and gaining an understanding of each of them can help you make an informed treatment decision. When searching for the most advanced treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. CyberKnife is a non-surgical treatment utilizing a robotic radiosurgery system to deliver radiation beams with sub-millimeter accuracy. The targeted radiation adjusts robotically in real time to tumor and patient movement. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks get a huge win on the road against their division rival San Francisco 49ers, and a big part of that was this man's big play, his first interception. I believe he's in year 12 of his career. We'll ask him. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Member of the Seahawks defense, Jonathan Hankins, with us. Jonathan, how are you, man?
I'm doing well.
Well, first of all, congrats on the win. A huge day for the defense. But for you in particular, that was, I think this is your 12th season in the league, and that was your first career interception, right?
Yes, correct.
What went through your mind? Was the second you saw that ball pop up in the air, were you thinking, all right, I'm going to turn this thing around and run it in the end zone. I need to just fall on it. What was going through your head?
So the first thing that was pretty much going through my mind, I was actually, we had like this blitz, and I never was able to always wrap around. So finally I was able to wrap around, but as I was wrapping around, I heard a ball get punched and goes up in the air, and kind of heading to that direction, and I'm looking at the ball. I said, oh, man, I think I'm about to catch this. I didn't realize I actually jumped up for the ball and caught it, but when I did it, everything was just kind of felt so like slow motion. So when I secured the ball and I got the ball, I just sensed there was a lot of people around me. So I'm like, look here, I'm not about to try to run this and someone take my legs off. So I'm going to just make the smart play and just get down on the ground. But crazy play. A good time for it to happen, especially in that type of game.
Well, it was a huge play, Hank, and you know, I felt the same way. You know, in the NFL, there's only a few times I got my hands on the ball, but when you do get your hand on the ball, you think, number one, I don't want to fumble this thing, and number two,
right,
everybody's trying to kill me. So,
no, for sure.
just looking for a soft spot to go down, right?
Yeah, I told everybody after that play, maybe next time, if I get one of those, I'll take off. Now that I've secured an interception, you know, now I got the free will to try to return one, but
there you go.
You know, I prefer to get some sacks.
Did you ever have any close calls before this? I got to imagine throughout your career you've maybe been hitting the hands or come close to picking off a ball.
Yeah, I've been close. I done batted quite a few balls in my career. Well, I have had a couple of, like, fumble recoveries and try to return, but, you know, most yards I get is probably about 3 or 4, so maybe next time I'll try to pull out some highlights.
It seems like every D lineman wants sacks, man. Yeah, that's all you care about, right? You want to get sacks. Hey, tell us about the defense, man. I mean, I thought the biggest stat was, you know, I think there was one play over 20 yards, Juwan Jennings' reception. You guys, this was a team that ran up a lot of big plays last time you played them and totally got that under control. That was tell us what was different and how this defense is clicking right now.
We're just been locking in on the details. Just playing, you know, 11 out there, playing as one, and just believing and having the confidence and the swag that, you know, each time we go out there on the field that we can dominate. Any chance we can go out there, we can win the game for our team, and you know, everybody's starting to feel that confidence, and it's just big for us to continue to kind of roll with that and as the season go and, you know, win these games because we're definitely capable of winning all our games. You know, we obviously, you know, the first week 1 to week 10 wasn't how we wanted it to go, but, you know, we got a fresh, you know, back half of the season that we could kind of change all that and play the way we know we should play.
Was there a different sense of urgency coming to this game, Jonathan? Because as you mentioned, you're now 10 games into the season. There's less, you know, you only have a handful of games left, and you're still in the thick of it. Was there a conversation about, look, we got to get this now? It starts now, kind of conversation, or what was the approach?
No, definitely. It's pretty much like our playoffs. You know what I mean? Like we let some games go early in the season that we should have had, which kind of put us in the situation that we are in now that we pretty much need to win out to, you know, get to that playoffs. And I think everybody know what's at hand. And, you know, we definitely take it as a challenge. And, you know, the staff, everybody on the defensive side have been doing amazing getting us prepared and prepped. So really just, you know, trying to stay in the zone and continue to do what we've been doing.
Hey, Jonathan, how about some of the new guys, you know, like Ernest Jones, for sure, just coming in and, you know, and you had the rookie out there playing.
Him and T Knight been doing well, man. Great combination of guys, man. They definitely running out there and hitting guys and, you know, getting us lined up. But, you know, for that to be his first game, T Knight, he did an amazing job. And, you know, EJ, he's just been a bonus for us, man. I'm glad we was able to pick up that guy.
When the team makes moves like that in the middle of the season where, Dodson was your leading tackler and they move on from him, obviously Baker was traded in that Ernest Jones deal, but does that kind of create a different level of conversation in the locker room? Like, all right, they're not playing around. We need to get down to business, or what's the reaction to those kind of moves?
It was definitely shocking. But then again, I've been playing in the league for 12 years, and, sometimes that's the type of stuff that happens, situations. Nothing we can do as players, but, continue to do what we can do, win games and play. Hopefully everything goes with them. They get another opportunity to show that they can, play at a high level. And, we always wish the best for each other. So, but that's just the name of the business.
Especially a fellow Ohio State grad, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan, tell us about Mike Macdonald. My experience always was, and I was this way as a veteran, you just want to hear the truth, from the coaches. And Mike Macdonald seems like he's very direct, does it in a very direct kind of way. Do you appreciate that about him, or just kind of tell us a little bit about his coaching style?
Oh, man, I enjoy it. He keeps it up front with you. He's not trying to talk sideways. He's going to be direct and up front on what he sees and what you need to know. And, first-time head coach, man, he's still learning. But, when it comes to the defensive side, man, he's, probably one of the best. We prepare for every situation. He's just a real football guy, and definitely appreciate everything that he brings to the team. But, him being a defensive guy, I think it makes it a lot easier compared to if he was an offensive coach. But just understanding what we go through, the things we do, how we prepare, man, that staff is, pretty much the reason why we can go out there and play free and, bring in these W's.
Was there anything specifically, Jonathan, that you did in this game that you guys hadn't done before, maybe in the way of a scheme change, or, all right, we used to do it this way, now we're doing this? Or was it more about, we always hear guys say, we just got to communicate. We just need to focus on our job and not try to do others' job. What was the biggest difference in this defense yesterday?
I would say the communication and just doing your job, not trying to overdo anything, and just, trusting the guy next to you that he's going to do his job, and that we can, go out there and get stops. But I think that's really been the biggest thing, communication. It may seem like a small thing, or you might hear it often when people say it, but, when you got guys out there communicating, they're all on the same page, it just makes everything easier to go out there and play and, make plays.
Well, Hank, tell us, have you pretty much always been offensive lineman? Were you always the big kid when you were growing up playing football, or
no?
Did you play other sports, things like that?
So now, growing up, I was originally running back, linebacker, all the way up until I got to like 11th grade, and running back. Ended up going to tight end, ended up going to offensive lineman, and wasn't a big fan playing a linebacker position because it was a lot of running. So I said, well, the closest, most fun spot would be on the D-line, and that's something I took love into and always been in the trenches. But, I grew up playing some basketball. It was kind of hard doing two sports at the same time, so I kind of just decided to just commit to football. But always been an athlete, just a big guy in the body.
Well, Jonathan, congratulations on a great win, and congrats on your first career interception. That was a cool moment, and maybe we'll see another one in these final 7 games and into the playoffs. But congrats on that, and, of course, best of luck with everything in front of you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, Jonathan Hankins, fresh off of his first career interception. If you guys tuned in the middle of that, didn't catch the whole conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, injuries are piling up around the NFL, and not just to the players. We'll get into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
You don't have to scramble out. Throws back inside. JSN makes the catch, first down. Inside the 35-yard line. Pops up off the ground.
I love to show up for my team. Whenever they ask, whenever they need me, I'm there.
And a handoff to Walker. He goes left side, and he's going to get in. Touchdown, Seahawks. Great drive by the Hawks.
I thought we took a step forward today. Felt like the guys battled out there.
We knew how much was at stake, man. We're trying to turn our season around.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
There's a lot of things I love about this Eastside Weight Loss Clinic program, and it's not just the 35 pounds that I lost in 8 weeks. That was big, but it's keeping it off. It's the sustainability, and this program does it better than anyone else.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
The Harnish Auto family has always found ways to make a difference in our communities, and the need never stops, and neither does the Harnish Auto family. Hey, Brock Heward here. With the holidays approaching, we often think of those less fortunate. Food bank supply, well, it's at an all-time low, but we can help. Drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish dealerships this November for food banks from Everett to Puyallup. Visit Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Subaru, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Chevrolet and Kia of Everett to donate today. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Inst 121524. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Big show coming up today. Again, if you guys just tuned in, you missed Jonathan Hankins, that conversation. Good stuff from him, talking about his first career interception after, what, 12? He's in his 12th season, I believe, in the league, and he comes up with his first career interception.
That somebody said it was his first takeaway. And I was like, that can't be.
I swear, I think
in
he told us he had fumble
He
recoveries.
had to have had fumble recoveries.
Yeah.
But yeah, the big guys typically don't get their hands on the ball. And
as we saw last night, when they do, they try to run, and they lose the ball. Yeah, that became problematic for the Cowboys last night. But, yeah, good stuff from Jonathan Hankins. Again, if you missed it, it'll be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, we'll roll the tape coming up at 3:15. Our buddy Adam Ray will join us at 3:30, talk about his new Netflix special. Mark Schlereth at 4 and El Hombre at 5. And, again, the text line is there for you throughout the show at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Some injuries going on around the league now. We talked a lot about the 49ers, and they didn't have Ayuk or Kittle, and you know, they lost Bosa during the game. So every team's dealing with injuries. You know, you're 10 games in, some teams 11, some teams 9, but it's you're deep into the season. That's just going to be the story for every team. But the 49ers, they already have a long injury list, and they've added Brock Purdy to that. How about that after Monday's game? Apparently he's got dealing with soreness in his right throwing shoulder. They're hoping it's not serious, and they're going to watch closely as they begin the practice week starting tomorrow. So they're going to – Shanahan said he's day-to-day. But that would be – I mean, that's a team that I told you during the break that I was, you know, reading some of the fan sites that cover the 49ers, and there's discontent with Coach Shanahan. Apparently he's not very smart anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they've lost 3 in this year after leading with 2 minutes left.
So I guess he doesn't know ball.
He doesn't know ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, the good thing about Purdy, if you're a 49er fan, is that he's 13 years old. So he will he'll heal quickly when you're young. It's like you're made of rubber. But, yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. You know, I mentioned this yesterday. We're walking out to the buses and with one of the veteran players. I never want to call anybody out, but, you know, he was like, you know, I think the 49ers are coming to an end here with all the guys that they have to pay. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they've got some serious contracts coming up here, and they've got a lot of superstars. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Guys like Fred Warner on defense. So they just paid Lenore, the guy that I don't like, number 2, and most people don't like him because he cold-cocked Jake Bobo in the back of the head.
Cheap shot.
Yep.
Running into a pile.
But, yeah, I mean, they've got him, and then, you know, the running backs. And
they paid Kittle. They paid their left tackle. They've spent a lot of money. They're one of those teams like the Rams for a number of years. Remember, we're going, how are they paying everybody? Yeah. Right? They signed Jalen Ramsey, and they paid Donald, and they paid Stafford, and they paid Cooper Kupp, and we're like, where's this coming from?
It was sorcery, I think, that
it is.
We were told.
Some sort of witchcraft that they're doing. So, the 49ers are in that spot. They're going to have to pay Purdy. This just feels like a year you should overtake them. And hopefully the Seahawks, that last week was the beginning of their run, if you will, because they're wounded. They're still a good team. They still have a lot of talent, but they're missing some really key pieces, and especially if they lose Purdy for a game or two, maybe they drop a game or two, and that's where the Seahawks, you got to capitalize.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, you know, this whole thing of talking about the 49er win and trying to discount it because, you know, this guy was hurt and that guy was hurt. Kittle didn't play, obviously, and then, you know, Bosa ends up leaving the game. The Seahawks, I would say, suffered a fair amount of adversity themselves going into having an offensive lineman retire. I mean, we didn't And Connor Williams wasn't even the answer at center.
He was holding that spot.
So, yeah, I mean, and then the two linebackers. And so all this talk about, oh, well, they were banged up and they didn't have this guy and that guy. Try going through a week and the bye week that went like that for the Seahawks. I mean, that was a lot of adversity there. So maybe it's even, but beating him down there just felt so good.
Yeah.
So good.
So it's not just players being injured, Dave.
Oh,
Buildings.
yeah. I like Lefko's tease here.
Buildings are being injured.
I was like, wait, coaches?
How about the palace that is the Cowboy Stadium, AT&T Stadium? The roof, apparently, before the game, 2 hours before the game, they were going to open the roof. And apparently they scrapped it because a piece of metal from the roof fell onto the field. And they said, well, we can't do that now. We're not going to open the roof. And apparently they've had problems with opening the doors. I hadn't heard this before, but they were downplaying the metal coming down from the roof. Not a big deal. They were talking about
really
high winds that were there.
There's metal falling out of the sky, and that's not a problem.
Yeah. It's a weird thing. But then they said the last time the Cowboys opened the roof was October 30th of 2022 against the Bears, whom they beat 49-20. Roof and the doors were open that day. But they've had problems with the doors. The team intended to have the doors open for their game against Philly, but they would not open completely. So they couldn't do it. So you got things falling from the roof. The doors won't open completely. They can't. And this is like I think what was this price tag? It was over $1 billion for the stadium.
Jeez.
And it's older than I thought, though. When do you think this stadium opened? It was
I would say
I know.
Early 80s.
2009.
Yeah. Early 80s.
Hey, if it's falling apart.
Did you hear? I don't know if he was joking. Did you hear this from Joe Buck at the start of the broadcast?
Still the best way to start a broadcast, no doubt about it. The roof is open for the first time for a Cowboys game in over 2 calendar years. Oh, they closed it. Mike McCarthy, 60.
I heard that.
I
heard that.
I don't
was
know
like
if he
that
was
at all.
joking or if he truly thought because he was told and they were going to hype that up. And then he looks up and, well, it's closed.
That is funny. I didn't catch that at all. Oh,
I heard
it's
that
closed
somewhere, and I was like, what is he doing, man?
I like that he just switches. Oh, well, Mike McCarthy, but
Yeah.
just starts like,
Just-
all right, my bad. It's closed. Isn't it obvious when you look up from wherever their perch is? Don't you just go, yeah, roof is open, roof is closed?
Yeah. Well, I mean, lots of times you make a guess, and it's a couple miles down the road.
Yeah, we're not in the vicinity.
You're not in the building.
I'm more accurate than he is.
Yeah.
He's in the building, for the love of God. But yeah, 2009 is when that stadium opened, and over $1 billion, and parts of the roof are coming down, and they can't open the doors all the way. So it's just a bad season for the Cowboys. Everything's going wrong.
Yeah, it is going horribly wrong down there. You know, it's funny. We had Ray Roberts on. We were talking about last week, talking about the Halloween parties that the team would have. And so Ray said that he one year went as the Kingdom. And I got to get pictures of this, but he said, and then his wife went as one of the tiles that fell from the roof. Remember when that happened in the Kingdom?
Yeah.
And I don't know what that looked like. I guess she was like a piece of cement, basically. So that was their I was going to say disguise, but costume.
Their costume, yeah.
At the Halloween party. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny. Jerry Jones he's getting old. Stadium's getting old.
Team's getting old.
Team's getting
overpaid, and they're
Yeah.
not winning. So, yeah, all bad out there in Dallas. All right, coming up, the baseball offseason is starting to heat up. We'll have a couple of important questions for this Mariners team. That is coming your way with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Let's talk scheme, Brock. What was the biggest schematic change for the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Under center and get the ball out. And you get under there, and it's like, yeah, man, here's a 3-step, there's a hitch. Yep, there's 3-step, there's a slant. Yep, we're going to get in the gun, we're going to throw speed outs. They got back to some very, very basic stuff. Getting under center for 32, almost a third of the snaps, that's going to help you.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance. And for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates or enjoy 12 months same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online. Because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Lovebirds, you're in for a treat. With your holiday proposal just around the corner, Shane Company is here to help you create your dream engagement ring. This is your moment. Let's make it magical. Through 4 generations as a family business, we've helped tons of couples find a beautiful engagement ring for a price that works with their budget. We've always sourced diamonds directly, cut out the middleman, and passed the savings on to you. At Shane Company, we have the widest selection of ring settings and center stones, in stock and ready to compare side by side. It's so easy. Choose a look that brings your vision to life. From classic styles to modern designs, we have them all. Then pick out a natural or lab-grown diamond, a sapphire in your favorite color, or a vibrant gemstone like ruby or amethyst. With our everyday competitive prices and free lifetime warranty, your forever after is safe with us. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. We've got your dream ring and fine jewelry gifts for everyone on your list. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need. Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Jets season has been a bit of a disaster, and it's claimed a few jobs. Another one goes by the wayside as owner Woody Johnson fired GM Joe Douglas after 5+ seasons. The move came 6 weeks after Johnson fired head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start, setting the stage for an offseason, what they're calling reboot instead of rebuild, that will likely impact quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Phil Savage, a senior football advisor for the Jets, was named the team's interim GM. Meanwhile, other news concerning the NFL involves Deion Sanders, who's been rumored to be in line for a head coaching job. And now that the Cowboys are who the Cowboys are, they expect McCarthy to be gone. Many saying that Deion would be a perfect fit. He said, quote, "I'm happy where I am, man. I've got the kickstand down. You know what a kickstand is? That means I'm resting. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm enthusiastic about where I am. I love it here. I truly do."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Coming up at 3:15, we will roll the tape, get into some of the particulars of this Seahawks' most recent victory against the San Francisco 49ers. Then our buddy Adam Ray will join us at 3:30, talk about his new special that's dropped on Netflix as of last night. So stick around for all of that. You guys, again, can text in at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. But the baseball stories are starting to swirl out there, Dave, with obviously Juan Soto being the biggest free agent out there. Apparently he's meeting with the Dodgers today. We read that tweet from a ESPN baseball reporter yesterday that said the Dodgers realized financial success in a way they hadn't anticipated with the addition of Shohei Ohtani, which just shows you spend money to make money sometimes.
When I saw that, I was like, don't encourage Bob.
Just weird how it pays off. I don't know. Crazy thought. But anyway, so there's a lot of stories going out there, and you start thinking about the Mariners and how close are they? How many pieces do they need? Outside of on the field, I would say maybe their biggest priority, if you're somebody that buys into the last 34 games under the tutelage of Dan Wilson and Edgar Martinez more specifically, if, in fact, that was the difference in what we saw to the offense, the full-time employment of Edgar Martinez, shouldn't that be your initial first biggest priority, is to get him locked in? Because, I was reading an article on MLB.com by our guy Daniel Kramer, and he had some quotes from Julio Rodriguez just talking about, how much of an impact he felt Edgar had and how he just simplified things for him and all of that. So if, in fact, that's the case and that's how the team feels, shouldn't he be priority number one?
Yes, he should. Look, it's just so glaringly obvious. And during the baseball season, we talked to a lot of people that, didn't have the myopic view that we have, that offense is everything here. Because the pitching is so good, and it was just that's what made it almost worse. That you had such good pitching, and I think the feeling is that these guys, number one, aren't getting younger, and number two, it's that you're going to have to pay them at some point. Some of these guys that are on their rookie contracts, and I know that's football, but you know what I mean. That's it's just the clock is ticking on that, and if you want an opportunity, especially with the AFC West, or I'm sorry. The NL West. We got to get in baseball mode.
The AL West.
AL West.
Yeah. There you go.
No, it was back when they were in the NFC, and remember they were in the AFC West at one point. But yeah, with that being weak, the AL West, it was just like, okay, time's ticking here, and it was just so unbelievably frustrating. So yeah, I know that you're going to get mad at me, Bob. I would not be adverse to, and I'm not talking about Logan Gilbert, but maybe Miller, maybe Bryce Miller.
Evil. Don't you speak that evil, Dave.
Possibly. If you can get some bats, I feel like that's the way that would
trade your
maybe
prospects.
Be the best. Yeah. Okay. Trade your prospects. But I don't know. I just would not be adverse to having either Wu or Miller up on the blocks to try to get some offense in here.
If they were to trade one of those guys, you better be getting back young, proven talent, not somebody who's a prospect, not in exchange for prospects. I want somebody who's approaching the prime of their career and has already proven that they can succeed at this level.
Lots of times those two don't go together.
Well, then one doesn't go.
Forget it.
The other one doesn't go then. You're giving proven commodities who are young in their career. I want that in return. That would be my deal, but I'm not the GM. Justin Hollander is the GM, and he was talking about just looking ahead to their season and the question about the Mitches, Garver and Haniger, who are both under contract because Haniger exercised his player option. Garver was already signed. Together, they account for about $28 million, which is a big chunk. And now I can't blame him for saying this, but I'm wondering how much they believe it. His quote is, "We anticipate both of those guys bouncing back and being better than they were this year." Okay. It's hard to imagine them being worse, right? Especially in the case of Garver. But don't you have to go into the season? I would go into the season, again, if I were the GM, going, okay, I'm going to get what they gave us last year, which was not good, but we're financially tied to these guys. So we're going to have to make use of them as we see fit. But I'm just going to assume they're going to be who they were and plan accordingly. And if they give you more, if they bounce back, bonus. But I don't think you can go into the season with the idea of everybody's just going to progress. Everybody's going to take a step forward, because I think you got burned by that before last season when you thought, well, JP's just going to be that much better, and this guy's going to be that much better. Everybody just gets better. There's regression every year. It happens every single season, whether it's with 1 or 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. It just happens. And you got two guys who are older who performed the way they did last year. Aren't you doing a disservice if you go into the season counting on anything other than, I'm just going to assume they're going to be what they were last year, but we've got no way out of that currently. So let's build around that. How do we make up for what they're not going to give us? And then if they turn it around, then you're just that much better.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a great strategy. But you look at, Mitch Haniger, especially. I mean, 209 2 years ago. This last year, 208. I mean, that's a trend that's going the wrong way.
Yeah, they're both going to be 34 years old when the season starts.
And as you mentioned, the amount of money. So, yeah.
28 million.
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, I feel like we've gone through this the last 3 years, and I think people are getting frustrated. And, again, once again, more than anything, because of how good they are with their pitching, their starting rotation being so unbelievably good.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, listen, they're going to say things that they need to say publicly. They're not going to go, well, these two guys were a disaster last year, and I've got no hope that they're going to be better this year. He's certainly not going to say that, and I don't expect him to. My hope is that behind the scenes, as they're planning and targeting, all right, we got to get a third baseman, we got to get a first baseman, we got to, whatever their plan is, that they're looking at the two Mitches going, it was a disastrous year. There's no two ways around it. Let's call it for what it is. I'm just going to assume that's who they are moving forward. And if they give you more, it's a total bonus. But we need to build the team around the idea that they're not going to be better. That's how we have to approach our offseason. And if they're doing anything other than that, I think they're fooling themselves.
Well, and that's the other thing about that is ownership. Is that because of what ownership is allowing them to do? I mean, they're pretty much at the mercy of what the budget is going to be, correct?
Yeah. I mean, that's the bottom line. Ultimately, they only get so much money. They're not dictating the amount of money they have to work with. That's being dictated by Stanton and the entire ownership group. So
yeah. It's Stanton, who's a really nice guy. I do that just to irritate one texter that texts in all the time.
He hates when you say he's a nice guy. He gets so upset.
Yes.
I can't wait for that text. 866-979-3776, powered by Back and Jack's Brewing Company. Text in your rage. Meanwhile, there's one thing even more impressive about the Seahawks win. We're going to get into that when we roll the tape. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
Steps up, gonna run, and 5, Gino, touchdown, Seahawks, holy catfish, Geno Smith.
I was out there smiling on that last drive, like I walked on the field. I mean, I just kind of felt like angels in the outfield, like somebody just rubbing my shoulders the whole time.
12 seconds left, and the Seahawks take the lead, 19-17. Are you kidding me? No quit in this bunch.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Well, the rain has been coming down, and that'll be the case for a few more months, and wind, all of that happening. And if you want to get a new roof, you can still get it done. And you might want to look into a metal roof. I've had a great conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And my first thought is, well, God, they got to be loud, right? When rain is pounding down on it, or if it's wind, or if it's even hail. And he said, no, they're actually a little quieter than a traditional roof because of some of the soundproofing that's up there. Just a better option overall because the lifespan is almost twice that of a traditional roof, and it can be made in any color to match your home. It's more eco-friendly, and better than anything, Asset Roofing is leading the charge on metal roofing. They do everything there at their headquarters on site. Nothing is being prefabbed out of state, out of country, being shipped in. They do it right there at their headquarters, custom to each job, which means they can do it quicker and they can do it cheaper than their competition, up to 30% cheaper than their competition. So if you're somebody looking into a new roof, just check into a metal roof. Get a quote on it. Cost you nothing. Look into it because you're going to be saving yourself a lot of money in the end. It's wintertime. You can still get anything done, repairs, cleaning, just an assessment of your roof, whatever you need. Check them out at Asset Roofing. That's AssetRoofingCo.com, AssetRoofingCo.com.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan silver bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan silver dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan silver dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Food banks are in need of our help. Would you please drop off non-perishable food items at any of the 6 Harnish Auto Family dealerships, including Subaru, Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Volkswagen of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevrolet of Everett? It's the Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks only had 4 penalties in their win over the 49ers Sunday, their lowest number of the season. Mike McDonald spoke to the media yesterday about discipline and how you build towards it.
I think being disciplined comes with trust, and that comes with doing a lot of good stuff consistently. And now you start to see, hey, all my teammates and the guys playing next to me are going to do their job. Therefore, I only need to do my job. And I'm glad that it's coming together with EJ since he's been here in the short weeks that he's been here. But yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be disciplined. You know, nobody wants to be this out of whack operation. You know, so how do you kind of make that come to life and make it tight so the guys trust one another? And again, it's all about playing the right way playing connected. That's the secret sauce.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Jake was suffering from osteoarthritis when his doctors asked him to consider surgery.
However, there's a 9-month recovery period where essentially you're not walking and you're not putting much in the way of weight on.
That wasn't going to work for him, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the ads, and that caused me to do due diligence.
And how are you doing now?
There's not really any pain now at all. I have no limitations in what I want to do.
Wow, so you're able to do anything you want to do?
I recently played golf at Cycle House down in Pebble Beach, walked 18 holes, which I hadn't been able to do for a number of years, and then went for about a 2-mile walk with my friend.
I take it you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others then?
Absolutely. Had I known then what I know now, I would have done this several years ago and saved myself a lot of pain and suffering and agony and limitation to activity.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
This hour is brought to you by Contour Fence.
Let's roll the tape. Your in-depth breakdown of the Seahawks from former linebacker Dave Wyman.
We do it every week. We get deep into the details of a win or a loss, whatever goes on with the Seahawks. Dave Wyman puts his expert eye on things and comes out with bits of information that the head coaches on the couch can't find. That's right, Dave. I don't care how much you look at Pro Football Focus or Play Madden. There are just certain things the eye can see that's been there.
Sometimes it appears as if I don't know ball.
You don't know ball.
So, but I'll tell you what, this position, what do they say? You put 10,000 hours in?
Yeah, you're an expert.
Inside linebacker, man. This set of inside linebackers.
What's different about them?
Well, number one, they take on blocks. Number two, they get off blocks. That's the most important part.
Explain what that means.
Yeah, so when you take on a guard or a tackle, whoever's coming out to block you, a fullback, and one of them's an expert at it, and that's Ernest Jones. But the kid, Tyrese Knight, man, the very first play, I was like, welcome to the NFL, kid. Now, I know he's played before, but, he stepped up and took on a block and got off the block and went and really put a pretty big hit on Christian McCaffrey. This is the very first play of the game. So he has a very uncanny knack for trying to, he sifts through. You see all this motion and guards pulling and everything. This kid always goes to the ball. Mm-hmm. It's pretty remarkable. And then when you get to Ernest Jones, he's an absolute expert. And two of the things that I saw twice, 2 or 3 times actually, that a couple three times he went under blocks, and one of them was Trent Williams. And I talked about this and kind of raved about it, but he's able to, and what I mean by that is you're supposed to go over the top to the other side of the blocker as they're going to your right, let's say. And instead you go to the left, which I've always taught my linebackers, you better have a really good angle if you go back, because you're going the opposite way of where the running back is going. That's when you go under a block, you're going left when they're going right. Mm-hmm. But then you need to get right again quickly and take a really good angle, and he just has a knack for that. And I have yet to see him run under a block where he doesn't make a tackle. So you combine that with the kid just sifting through, finding things. I mean, the longest play, and it was a pass play, was 22 yards, and I think the longest run was 10. So, I mean, look, you don't want the 10-yard runs, but they were giving up 76-yard runs, 38-yard runs. So these two, I mean, and this is, and I'm going to talk about the two parts of the team that really need to be taken care of. We'll talk about offensive line getting better later. But right now, you look at these linebackers, the inside, they have entirely solved their problem. Now, I want to see it a couple weeks in a row. You know, we've seen Ernest Jones for a few now, and we'll see with Tyrese Knight and how these two guys play together, but looks really good.
Well, here's Mike McDonald talking about, in his opinion, what makes Ernest Jones such a good player.
And he kind of wants to know the nuances, and it's, you know, the game's slow for him. And then, you know, obviously we've seen what he's been able to do on the field. And, you know, I think like this is hopefully just the beginning of it, because, you know, there are some details that we're chasing on that he's just going to get a feel for, like how we play certain plays might be a little different than how he's played it. And that'll just come with some more reps. But yeah, he's a heck of a guy. We love him.
Yep. Sorry.
I gave him the signal.
I got excited.
Bob gave me the signal. It was time for you to shut up.
Thank you, Matt.
Witherspoon in this game, Devin Witherspoon, looked like Devin Witherspoon of last year, meaning he was everywhere and he was having an impact. How does this, I don't know, remodeled, rebooted, retooled defense suit him?
Yeah, for whatever reason, he's back playing the way that he knocked down 3 passes, one of which was an interception to Big Hank.
Tight slot near side. Now in motion is Samuel back to the left. Purdy wants to throw out of his shotgun. Seattle blitzes. Ball is tipped up in the air and intercepted. And it's Hankins who picks it off. Witherspoon tips it, and Big Hank, all 300 and blah, blah, blah pounds of him, picks that ball off. And the defense runs to the near side end zone, to the cameras, and the Seahawks have the first big break of the game with a pick of Purdy. A great play by 2 guys on that defense.
You know, during the game, just because he bends and twists his way around, I was calling him Gumby.
I'm Gumby, damn it!
Our engineer, Lloyd Glazer, I got to give him credit for it. He was like, yeah, like Eddie Murphy. He said in my ear, but he does. He's like, it was either that or my cat Oliver, and I think Gumby sounds more badass.
Yeah.
But Oliver like just stretches out. You see him like snatching birds out of the air, and like that's the way that guy plays, man. And you haven't really seen it that much, but I'll tell you what, man, he is back to being Devin Witherspoon with 8 tackles and 3 broken up passes.
All right, quickly, Abe Lucas, we spoke with him, talked about his impact. What did you see when you looked at the film? What stood out to you?
I feel like this is a blueprint for the rest of the way. The way Lucas plays, and I talked about that play where he went downfield, ran past the other offensive lineman, but actually he ran past Anthony Bradford to go and run like 20 yards downfield to push the pile. And so afterwards, you just got to look at Abraham Lucas and go, that's how you play offensive line.
That's the way you debate.
I thought of that from old school.
Yeah.
Will Ferrell. That's the way you debate. That's the way you play offensive line. Yeah, he blacks out and then all of a sudden. But yeah, I mean, that is the blueprint for how you play. And on that play that I'm describing, the center, Olu, and the left tackle, Charles Cross, also sprint down towards the pile. So, and, you know, I talked about the Detroit Lions offensive line and how they have a center, they got 2 good tackles. And if these 3 guys can develop, and I'm talking about Olu, Cross, and Lucas, it'll bring the rest of the guys along. And I feel like that was something that I think they're going to watch this film and they're going to entirely change the way that they play the rest of the year.
There you go. Great stuff. We do it each and every week, getting deep into these games when we roll the tape. Meanwhile, if you thought his Mike Trout impression was good, by God, just wait until you hear his Dr. Phil. Adam Ray is going to join us next here with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You have a problem with people calling what the Seahawks did a lucky win.
There's a lot of people who listen to our show who listen to the post game and they text in, and as soon as the clock hits zeros, people are saying, well, they got lucky. There was no George Kittle. Bosa didn't play. You got to be lucky in the NFL. To just disregard what that defense did, to disregard what JSN did, to disregard Gino's final drive to win the game is nuts to me. Enjoy the win.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need. Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond Certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at T-Mobile Park, June 26th. Global superstar Post Malone with Jelly Roll. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at noon at LiveNation.com.
If you worked in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industries where hazardous chemicals or solvents were used, your children may be entitled to legal damages. Birth defects have been linked to toxic chemicals and solvents used in these industries. If your child was born with brain or spinal cord damage, organ or limb deformities, blindness, cerebral palsy, genetic damage, or other issues, and you're a past or present aircraft manufacturing or painting, semiconductor or circuit board worker, contact Weinstein-Cajano now, toll-free at 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your children may be entitled to legal damages. If you are a past or present worker in aircraft manufacturing or aircraft painting at Boeing, semiconductor or printed circuit board manufacturing, or other industry worker, and your child has a birth defect, call toll-free 1-866-99-TOXIC. Your call is confidential. 1-866-998-6942. That's 1-866-99-TOXIC. Message authorized by Weinstein-Cajano, 600 University Street, Suite 1620, Seattle, Washington.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, I said and hotel. If you're looking for a fun night out, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is just the place to go. Whether it's Vista Prime Steak and Seafood with their reimagined happy hour, or Falls Buffet as well. The breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. You can find all the details at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Only 30 minutes from downtown. Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curly Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game. What Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
I was having trouble getting up and down my stairs at home. And I thought, well, this isn't going to work because how am I going to go to Utah and do some hiking?
When Judy came to Sound Pain Solutions, her knee pain was preventing her from enjoying an active lifestyle. She was diagnosed with osteoarthritis. She tried numerous treatments and was told she should have surgery. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Judy back to hiking with our comprehensive, non-surgical, and drug-free treatment.
I think that the Trigenics that they do along with the adjustment, the pressure wave, and the PRP are the best options for joint pain. And I would really recommend it to anybody who is suffering from joint pain and would like to avoid surgery.
Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our safe, drug-free, non-surgical treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So, Dave, I just got back from L.A. Sunny out there, beautiful. Made a pit stop at the Comedy Store to see our old buddy, our old pal, Adam Ray.
I'm already smiling.
You're already laughing. He hasn't even said a word yet.
He hasn't said a damn word.
And it was amazing because I've seen him at the Comedy Store before, and I've seen people approach him. But this time, just hanging out with him was kind of hard. People just shoving you out of the way. Adam, can I get a picture? Get away from me, nobody. I want to talk to Adam. Hey, nobody, move out of the way. Adam's here. He's a rock star out there. It was amazing. Just you couldn't take 2 steps without somebody coming up talking about how much they loved him. Can I get an autograph, a picture, the whole thing? And for good reason, he's blowing up, and this whole Dr. Phil thing is just a phenomenon. The new special is dropped on Netflix. It came out yesterday, and I tried to watch it, Adam. I tried. I sent you a screenshot at like 2 in the morning.
This is Bob talking, not me. Okay.
I did my best. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, our buddy Adam Ray. I tried, buddy. I'm going to watch it tonight.
You know what? Salk watched it twice.
Oh, that hurts.
That's not true. That's not true. I actually went out of my way to block his account so that he can't watch it and critique it at 7 a.m.
Were you awake?
I don't know what.
When I sent you that, you weren't awake, were you?
I had got back from New York pretty late, which, by the way, and my wife Amanda, who you guys know and adore, will tell you I bleed confrontation, which I don't. Hey, look, have I gotten into a couple airplane fiascos? Sure. Was I in a co-ed kickball league in 2006 and got in a fight with one of the umpires who was also on the other team? I don't know what we're talking about. But yeah, dude, sometimes people go banana city, and I am a man of the people. And there was a woman behind me, and she had no headphones on. Okay, already a red flag. And she is on a 3-way call screaming about something jury duty related. And then she starts blaring her phone, listening to music, playing like Tetris. And I turn around very politely. I go, hey, do you mind putting on headphones? That's super loud. She goes, oh my God, rude. Oh my God, rude. You are trash. You are so obnoxious. Oh my God, live your life. Oh my God, what? And then she goes, do you have mental issues? I go, yeah, I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And I did like the kind of like crazy spinny thing around your head.
Yeah.
And then she tattled on me. And the flight attendant comes over and goes, can you have me move? This obnoxious guy in front of me, like, won't stop harassing me. He's seriously harassing me. I feel very, very vulnerable. And then the flight attendant looks at me and I go, she's crazy. Anyway, that woman was my mom. But in her defense, she was, she hadn't taken her meds. No, it was a crazy person. But we landed from New York, and I got your screenshot late night, Bobby. And yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe just refresh the TV, or Frank's been watching a lot of, I know, puppy porn. So maybe just close out of the TV and put it back on.
I'll check it when I get home. Because it's
up. It's ready to be viewed and enjoyed. And I'm very proud of it, and I can't wait for you guys to see it.
All right. Well, I can have my daughter. Luckily, my daughter is home, and she loves you. And so she can help me get on. Yeah, absolutely. absolutely.
Did she
does.
find out about me through you or on her own accord?
On her own accord. She's like, and I had heard it from Bob, but when I got home, she's like, Adam Ray's new thing drops here pretty soon. And
Whoa,
I'm like,
that's so cool.
Yeah. So anyway,
I think you'll dig it, man. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
well, I was just going to say, sometimes the technology is a little tough for me, but luckily I have my daughter here, so she'll show me the way.
I feel like that's a reason enough to have kids at some point where just so that there's a few years difference between Amanda and I. So she's like, we need kids so that when you no doubt go before me, I have people to hang out with. And I'm like, okay, happy birthday, I guess. And, but also just to show you the ropes of how to turn the, whatever new device on is. And
right.
I know Lefko is the tech savvy guy with you guys, right? And maybe Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, we defer to them when Dave and I run into problems, and by that I mean when Dave runs into problems.
Yeah. Now I'm picturing Lefko as one of my children, and I'm like, oh God, that
he would have been he would have been an only child.
Lefko would be I would be happy to adopt you, Mike, and I could just picture like a Thanksgiving where I'm 85 and Lefko's I don't know, what are you, 10 now? So Lefko would be 42 and we're sitting there at the dinner table and I'm like, how do you work this? And Lefko's like, grandpa, just give it to me, I'll show you how to work that fleshlight, right? So you need somebody like that in your life to make sure that you're up to date with the new features.
I've never been more terrified. Thank you.
Lefko, have you watched the special yet? Have you watched any of the episodes on YouTube or just clips?
I have not watched the special yet. I've watched your stuff on YouTube. I've not watched the special yet.
Dude, you got to watch the special.
He kind of has a little attitude there,
man.
Adam. He's got a little attitude there, I think.
No, I was apologetic.
Kind of coming after you.
I can't believe I didn't watch it. I feel bad. I haven't watched it yet, though.
That's okay. Dude, it just came out. Dude, I just saw Lethal Weapon 4 like a month
ago. Hey, Adam, are you? I've talked to you about this before, but are you just kind of blown away by how popular? Not that you are. Obviously you're incredibly talented, but just Dr. Phil in general. I was telling these guys I had never really watched an episode of his show. I kind of thought, all right, he's not that prominent these days, and you started doing it. And the way it's taken off, and I mean, you just played the Beacon Theater in New York, which is over 3,000 seats, sold that out for one of these shows, and you're getting big names to be part of the show wherever you go. It's just the enormity of it to this point has kind of surprised me.
It's very surprising. This is a business I've been in now for 17 years, and I guess 14 if you don't count school or whatever, 13. But it's just I've always been, I guess, pretty good at controlling what I can control, which is like being creative and trying to just throw a lot of darts. And I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, dude, self-doubt creeps in, I think, in anybody's life and business when you're trying to achieve your dream or live your dream. There's no real, I have goals right now as far as like wanting to have my own show and be in a position like Sandler at some point to where I can really make anything that I, think of and put my mind to and work with a lot of my buds and give opportunities to a lot of my funny friends that haven't gotten their opportunity yet. But there's no telling of what hits with people. You just have to, keep trying to create it. And again, control what you can control. So I definitely got tired of the monotony of like waiting to be in other people's stuff. And by that, I mean, just auditioning all the time and getting close or not getting close. And then just being like, man, why am I waiting to be in someone else's stuff? I feel like I came out here to be active and to create. And so it's not like I sat down and said, what daytime talk show host would be the best to impersonate or who would be the funniest? It literally, was a small idea. And then I always though wanted, just coming from the stage from plays all the way through high school and college. And then I started stand up because I wanted to continue to have that live fix, which I loved. And then always doing a character live show has always been a fantasy. And I finally just, decided to talk myself out of it and not find reasons to not do it and be scared. And then anything is successful if you have consistency to it, right? Consistency is key. You guys Dave, you become, you wouldn't become this mediocre broadcaster if you didn't get 10,000 hours. You know what I'm saying? And so, like,
Hey, I don't like your attitude.
You have to put in. Whoa, Wyman, table for one, sassy. The sassy queen is back. By the way, Dave, I know they're giving you a razz about your background vocals in the booth, dude.
Yeah.
Be you. Stay in school, have a bomb-ass summer. Never change. You complimented Rabel's call beautifully. If anything, you could have been louder. I know your shirt was halfway off. Don't ever not trust your gut. So yeah, dude, I didn't think it was going to be like this, but I did know that I was in a place where it was like, okay, this show is really an accumulation of all these skill sets that I've spent 15 plus years like honing, which is like podcasting, like, hundreds of thousands of hours. And like even coming on the show with you guys for the last 5-6 years is like so fun, but it's like, it's a rep. Do you know what I'm saying? Like right now is like getting to talk and being, it helps me be better at listening and chiming in and when to be funny and being, just getting the reps of, and when left go gives me nothing, when to kind of like try to, dig a little deeper and like, you read the room better. And then, you go on Brock and Salk show once and then they kind of, make fun of you afterwards. And then you see Maura at Seattle Sports Awards and she acts like she never met you. And like, there's just so many things you get to figure out as you get reps. And so the show is really all that crowd work and stand up and the character stuff. And then also not being a piece of crap helps as far as like wanting to, throw Hail Marys on first down and book big name guests and then having the respect of your peers, and you guys can attest to this. And Lefko, all jokes aside, you're crushing your M's post-game stuff and pre-game. And this is why they want to F with you now, because you show up, you're prepared, you're doing a good job. And that's the same thing in my business where they, people want to have fun, but when they respect you and see what's going on, and it's they're more likely to want to like, accept what you're offering.
And one of the things I love about you is how you've like built all of these, like you become friends with people. And it kind of pisses me off that like anybody that you talk to, and that doesn't happen to me, that's for sure. But no, just how you built your business basically is through relationships with people. And I just love that part of it. And tell us, like, who are some of the more recent people that you've kind of come in contact with that you've either, used for your show or whatever. I mean, I know a lot of the Mariners and the Seahawks, but just of late, who have you come in contact with?
Oh, did we lose him?
I mean, again, I got to go back to my boy Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Oh, hello, you there?
Yeah,
we're good.
We're good.
Hello. Yeah. Oh, you there? Okay, good. My intro for the special, The Rock is in, and Jelly Roll and Real Phil. And so having The Rock still just be a homie and like step up for me is really cool. Do you know what I'm saying? Not only is that like special that he, wants to, come mess around and be on the show, but that he just, picks up the phone when I say, hey, can you do me a solid and be, be in the special and be in the intro and be the first thing people see. And, Schneider's become a good homie and, he sent me some nice text and is real pumped. And, George Kirby came to the show at the Beacon on Friday in New York. I had, him, Taylor Saucedo came to the show in St. Louis and he told me he was in New York. And again, I think, you can, by the way, smoke Mother Nature's green grass and still have a short-term memory, kids, because I remembered somehow that George lived in New York, and Cal gave me his number, and he came out to the show with a couple high school buddies, and it was awesome, man. And he had a blast, and he'd never been to the Beacon, and living out there, and so we got to talk M's baseball for a bit, and so that's really cool. And Jason Biggs came out and did that Beacon show, and I don't know if you've seen the clip I posted on Instagram, but Jason Biggs came out and, he had liked a reel of mine a few years ago. And I hit him up and said, dude, I'm a big fan. I'd love to have you on my podcast. He's like, I live in New York, like anytime. And I was like, I'm going to be there in 2 days. I know that feels like I'm stalking you, but I'm going to be there in 2 days. And so we did the pod, and then I said, I'm going to be doing the show at the Beacon, and because he lives in New York, and I said, I would love to have you on. And then an hour before the show, I guess he had forgot what he was doing. And I go, he's like, so what am I doing again? And I go, so one of the actors on the show, Jeremiah, who does a different character every time, he played Rocky in Philly at the theater we did a few weeks ago, and he played RFK a few months ago. I go, Jeremiah's going to dress up as the Pie from American Pie. You guys are going to reunite. You're going to try to talk to him. He's going to be like, very shy and passive. And then you're going to like push the hair back behind the pie because he's going to be a girl pie and get some whipped cream on your hands, lick your fingers and go, I forgot how you tasted. And then Jeremiah as the Pie is going to walk you to the front of the stage and go, let me refresh your memory. And then Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls is going to come out and start singing, and I'd give up forever to touch you. And that all happens as the curtain raises and there's a fireplace and a bed on stage. And they proceed to go to town on the bed while Johnny sings Iris. And Dave, you have to look at the clip. It's one of the funniest things I've ever been a part of. And a lot more happens. That episode drops on Sunday. But just to even have the idea for that and then to see it like come to fruition is so funny and so dumb. But like, it's like Adam Carolla said to me today, I just came from doing a show, and he goes, what do you think Bob Hope would think if he saw that this is what comedy is now? And I was like, he'd probably not be pumped. But you know what? But it is what it is. Times change. You got to evolve. And I don't know, man. I mean, I definitely want I want to do another Seattle show and try to pull out Marshawn and DK. I know we had, Kemp and Joel McHale in the last one, but that is something that I'm hoping happens by having it be on Netflix, Dave, because, I've got 40,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is fine. And the YouTube audience is great and diehard, but like Netflix is 401 million subscribers. So you're definitely opening up to a bigger audience. And Phil has been promoting it, and all my comedy buddies, and I'm going on tons of podcasts, and the LA Times did a really sweet article. And so that type of exposure is going to give a new audience like finding it. And The Rock found one of my comedian friends' special on Netflix a few years ago, Brent Morin, and posted about it on his Instagram. So it's like, I'm sitting here waiting for Jennifer Aniston to just, be like, send me a DM and go, yo, I saw the special. I want to be on the show. Also, what's your, let's you, me, and your wife, like, go out to Dave & Buster's and see what happens.
Talking to Adam Ray, he's his new special on Netflix came out yesterday, or I guess technically today after midnight it came out. Definitely check it out because it's just amazing how big this thing has become. For those that haven't seen it yet, what the real Dr. Phil is on the show with you, is you're dressed as him, you got all the prosthetics and everything, and you're imitating him. Was it a tough sell to him? Did he appreciate it? Did he think it was funny? What's his reaction to this whole thing been? Because I feel like, in a way, you've given him a new life.
Totally. I mean, this is a world he has no business being in. He's not, Steve Harvey, who's also, a daytime talk show host. It's funny on The Feud, and he had that the Teen America slip up, and he's a comedian. So when he's funny in a lot of places, even on his talk show, it makes sense. But Phil is, more known for being like, we've got two Siamese twins trying to date the same guy. One of them's meth head, and the other one is bipolar. We'll be right back. So it's like there's more serious topics and like just heavier substance. So the fact that he's like on the show and being really silly. I mean, the intro, the way, I always, during the show, during my crowd work, Dave, I always find a moment to go, I don't like your effing attitude. So I do that, and that was Phil's cue to come out. The place goes nuts. He just leans up against the Comedy Store main room wall, which doing it at the Comedy Store is like extra special because it's so iconic. I worked there for 3 years answering phones, got my name on the wall, and it's just, people have filmed specials there before, but there's been no special there for a show that's been a monthly show for over a year. So the staff, like we're having a little, a party tonight for the staff just as like a thank you and whatever, because it's like they've gotten so into it and they love it, and it's monthly and they look forward to it, and it's bringing in people that are never there, and it's just wild and always different and fun. And so Phil's son hit me up on Instagram after a while and was like, yo, Phil's my dad, I'm Phil's son. I'm like, yeah, no, I picked that up from the first thing he said. And he was like, he wants
to be on the show. And I was like, let's figure it out. So I threw him a bunch of dates, and one of them worked out. And then Netflix got wind of it, and we figured that out before it was too late. And he was really down to clown, which was surprising because, hey, man, there's people that don't like being impersonated. And I definitely had to consider that at some point he might, call me up and go, we won't be right back. You're done, but he was so cool, man. And he told me, he goes, you would have known months ago if I wasn't cool with this. He goes, he has some friends that are friends of mine that actually got in his ear and told him that I wasn't a piece of crap. And we sat down to chat for about 30 minutes on the show. And the first thing I say, I go, Phil, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. And he goes, I'm sure you are. he goes, I'm sure that's exactly how you're playing this. And then I go, what do you do for hobbies? How do you relax? And he goes, well, if you did your homework, you'd know. And then I go, all right, let me take a stab. Tennis, being a, D-bag, and he laughed. And there was moments where it was like blurring the lines where he'd go, well, look, being married is tough. It takes work. And, when we had our kids, and he goes to me, he goes, you remember when we had our kids? I go, oh, yeah. I go, I remember that. And then I go, remember how we made them? And he goes, easy. But it was really fun, dude. He gave me some compliments, and we jabbed back and forth. And then Patton Oswalt comes out, and Jay Farrow, who's on SNL for about 5-6 years, and a few other surprises. And it's 49 minutes. We shot about 2 hours. That's the other thing too, is that Netflix really was adamant about getting it to a length that was like really conducive for people not finishing it, right? So if there's a 5 or a 6 in front of it with these like comedy one-off specials, people are just more likely to just not finish the whole thing. And the way that it stays in the algorithm and in the top 10 longer is by people watching it all the way through. And I got really aggressive with editing, but when you really know you got to do that, it was it was tough in pockets, but you're like, I'm just comparing now, like moments, like this is funnier than this, and we got really creative in certain moments to like make sure we could keep as much in, but it pops, it flows, there's no drag, and I'm really proud of it, man. And comedy's subjective, so there's definitely going to be people, that are like this. I've already gotten a few texts that were like, this wasn't for me, but great try. And I was like, thanks, Dad. But there are people that are going to go, no, my dad loved it. My dad actually called me crying after he watched it, which was really sweet. And but you just, again, you got to do stuff that you think is funny. That's the only way to find your voice and really succeed in any business, is go, this is my style, and I can't be doing something to please other people. You got to go, I think this is silly, and this is whatever. And the fact that people do find joy in it, and I even told Phil, I go, thank you for not being weird about this. And he goes, oh yeah, of course. I go, no, but seriously, dude, I go, it's super fun and challenging and fulfilling and all that. And and I'm bringing together, like, it's such a, we've got the crew that does it, shot my sketches for the last 20 years on YouTube. And so it's worked for them, and they're loving it. And the sound guy and the photographer at the store, I now bring on the road for all our theater shows. And so they're getting to like see the world and do really cool, bigger stuff. I told him, I go, dude, I get messages daily from people that are like, my mom has cancer and has 4 months to live, and the only thing that brings her joy is we sit down and watch your Phil shows on YouTube. Or my dog, we just had to put down my dog, and I haven't smiled since then, and that was 16 weeks ago, and we watched the special today, and blah blah blah. Like, stuff like that gives me a greater appreciation for how much comedy is really truly is a healing. It's a superpower, man, and it's not lost on me. And I just feel really lucky to be, to get to do it. But like the fact that, like, so I told him, I was like, dude, thanks for not suing me, because you're allowing me to like make a lot of people's days a little bit better.
Well, before we let you go, man, you got some shows coming up here. Are there still tickets, or those are sold out?
Oh yeah, we had 2 shows at the Carco Theater in Renton, and the one on December 13th is sold out, and I think the one on the 14th has maybe 10 tickets left. But how about this? How about we do a little fun game with your listeners? I will give away 2 tickets for I don't know if you can take. We should have thought this through, but
we don't know what you're talking about right now.
We should have.
How about somebody text in? We could have taken calls, but how about somebody that you can have texters text in, and it can even be on Friday, but their best or maybe they can leave a voicemail. What do you think it is? The best Dr. Phil-ism or their best Dr. Phil impression? And they can call it in and leave a voicemail, or you can put them on air, or they can just type it out and text it. But whatever you guys deem the best, whatever version of that you want to play with, and I'll give them 2 free tickets to do to one of the shows.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to. We'll discuss it. We're up against the break, so making a choice right now.
Bob, you can just say you don't want to do it. You don't have to.
No, we want to do it. We want to do it.
Like this.
You got Lefko very nervous right now. He's pacing right now. He's up in arms.
He's always nervous. And is Matt there?
Matt's nervous too. Matt's right there.
I'm also always nervous.
Dude.
Yeah.
Matt, I gotta say, I listen to the show every day. You have been, dude. I mean, look, you guys, the dynamic is why you're the best show on the station, one of the best shows in the country. You guys have a great dynamic, but you've had some sniper jokes that I should have written down. But dude, laugh out loud funny, Matt. Keep it up.
Yeah, we're up against a break, Adam. I'm sorry.
Hey, Matt, delete my number.
There he
delete
is.
Netflix. I'm trying to give you a compliment, dude, and I love you. I'm going to give you a very long, unconsensual hug the next time I see you. Love you guys. Thank you for having me on.
Love you, buddy.
See you, buddy. I'll talk to you soon, man.
Bye, guys.
There you go. There's Adam Ray again. His special is on Netflix. It's available right now. It's his Dr. Phil with the real Dr. Phil. So check that out, and he'll be here doing some shows coming up here, as he said, on the 13th and 14th at the Carco Theater in Renton. First one is sold out. A few tickets remaining for the second one on the 14th. So check that out. Never a disappointment. All right. If you guys didn't catch all that conversation, it'll be available on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Coming up, we'll get the thoughts on Abe Lucas and the rest of the Seahawks offensive line. Mark Schlereth is going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
This is Seattle Sports.
You don't have to scramble out. Throws back inside. JSN makes the catch, first down. Inside the 35-yard line. Pops up off the ground.
I love to show up for my team. Whenever they ask, whenever they need me, I'm there.
And a handoff to Walker. He goes left side, and he's going to get in. Touchdown, Seahawks! Great drive by the Hawks.
I thought we took a step forward today. I felt like the guys battled out there.
We knew how much was at stake, man. We're trying to turn our season around.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine and then some. That's how it is to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Toyotathon is here at Toyota of Kirkland. To celebrate the event, Toyota of Kirkland has purchased $3 million worth of certified used and pre-owned vehicles on the lot ready for you to test drive and take home. The largest selection of certified used and pre-owned vehicles during Toyotathon can only be found at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit the wonderful team and beautiful showroom at Toyota of Kirkland today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Are you looking for a construction loan to build your dream home? Are you a local builder needing a better financing option for your next spec project? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Stop wasting time with local banks and credit unions and their endless guidelines. We're the experts for common sense residential construction loans. We lend our own money, we make our own decisions. And if your deal makes sense, we'll get it done fast with flexible terms. For homeowners, we advise you every step of the way with things like budget and timeline, ensuring the completion of your dream home. For builders, Legacy's not only your lender, we'll source your next deal, provide permitting services, And if you're short on equity, we'll invest alongside of you. Legacy Group Capital has lent more than $1 billion, helping over 130 local builders and hundreds of homeowners. We can help you.
Construction loans don't have to be hard. Borrow smart with a common sense construction loan from Legacy Group Capital. Visit LegacyG.com. LegacyG.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
No power? No problem. Stay warm this winter with a Valor gas fireplace that can heat without electricity. Check them out at Bellevue Fireplace Shop, located 1 block east of Costco in Kirkland's Rose Hill Plaza. Bellevue Fireplace Shop and BellevueFireplaceShop.com. What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text PEC to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text PEC to 321-321. That's PEC to 321-321.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Blue 80, set up! And I snap the ball, and there's just this horrific splash.
It's time to join the stink tank.
The analytics people that I hate your guts. They don't play football, they play quarterback. I'd be the easiest guy in the world to kidnap.
Mark Schlereth. This stinks! Every Tuesday with Wyman and Bob.
It's a conversation we all look forward to each and every week. Sit down and speak with this guy. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's out there just owning the Big Apple, just taking huge bites out of the Big Apple. The one, the only Mark Schlereth is here with us. How are you, man?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
Doing great. Doing great. Always good to talk to you. And we feel much better after a Seahawks win. They had dropped 5 of 6 going into this game with the 49ers. And looking at that matchup, you're going, man, on the road against the Niners, I don't feel good about this. And they pull off a big win. I don't know how much of that game you had a chance to watch, but whatever you did consume, what was your impression of their performance?
Yeah, you know what? It was impressive, and you think about it. I mean, I thought, hey, man, they get Christian McCaffrey back, second game he's back. It's going to cure the red zone woes, and they're going to score a bunch of points. And this was one of those ones. You look at the spread was like 6.5, and you're like, you feel like the Niners are going to get that done. 4 or 5 weeks ago, they put up 500 yards or 450 yards of offense, and like 34, 35 points or some garbage like that. And to hold them to 17, I thought that was impressive. And then to put an 80-yard drive together at the end of the game to end that thing with that scramble by Geno Smith, I was really impressed with going on the road and doing the things they did and certainly didn't expect it from the Seahawks, no question about it, and thought the 49ers were going to play their ways back into contention. But very impressive victory by the Seahawks, very impressive final drive by Geno. And to me, that pretty much put a nail in the coffin of the 49ers in regards to winning that division and being a playoff team.
Hey, Mark, real quick before I ask my real question, you're not like Aaron Rodgers doesn't have any control over your career or anything like that, does he?
No, why? Did I say something that he's going to get mad at me for?
Well, or fired. That is always sort of, it seems like recently anyway, it's always on the table. So I just want to make sure he didn't have any control.
No. I don't think that Rodgers controls the powers that be at Fox, but I don't know that to be factual. Like he does seem to have. I loved it. I loved it when he came out a couple months ago and said, "Wow, the power that you guys think I have, like I don't have." Wait a minute. The reason we think you have power is because you have brought a bunch of guys who have retired and didn't tell anybody out of retirement to play with you with the Jets. Like, there's nobody in their right mind that's a GM that would bring any of those guys into play, and yet they're all on the Jets. Like, he's so full of baloney, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, just a little bit too big for his britches. But hey, I wanted to talk to you about something specifically. And it goes back to like Junior Seau. You had to block Junior Seau, right? Every once in a while.
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about slipping blocks or going underneath the block, and I brought it up a lot because, you don't do it unless, you can make the tackle. And, man, I've been seeing Ernest Jones, and he doesn't make a living on it. And that's the thing about slipping a block. And for people, I've explained this many times. It's like, I'm supposed to take, let's say, your left shoulder is where my gap is. And instead of going there, I'll go to your right shoulder, try to go underneath. So that way I don't have to take on the block. But you have to take a really sharp angle to get there. And what I've said on that play, Mark, is that it's like a changeup in baseball. You don't throw it every time, man, because they'll hit it out of the park. But, we saw Ernest Jones. He had, I think, 3 tackles where one of them he slipped Trent Williams. So, it just seems like that kid is playing really well right now. And when you watch him, does it look like a guy that Ernest Jones that would be hard to block?
Yeah, well, that's self-preservation when you slip Trent Williams, because he'll try to murder you.
Yeah,
like he's not playing. Like,
yeah.
That dude is a freak show. So that might be self-preservation. Yeah, I hated guys like that, Dave. Like I got a big, I got a big concrete head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have brain in there. I have rebar and I got rebar and cement. So there's not a lot of brain power. So yeah, I wanted to run into you all the time. I love the guys that wanted to make it a whose head is harder battle.
Yeah.
And I hated the guys. One guy that used to drive me crazy is Teddy Bruschi, because Teddy would get you where he would bow up on you. And he was shorter, so he'd get that leverage on you. And then he'd come up and he'd act like he's going to bow up on you, and he'd slip you. And, then you're just eating, you're digging for 4-leaf clovers, looking for coins on the ground. You're like, doggone it. And so, yeah, that slip block is one of those that just drives me crazy. And I'm 100% with you. Like I've always said this, and, playing defense in college and being around defensive players, if you're going to do it, you better make the tackle. And one of the things is you got to cut underneath the guy, like you said, on his right shoulder. But as soon as you cut underneath, then you got to flatten out and scream down the line of scrimmage, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, those guys will just outrun you. So you got to change your angle, and it takes athleticism, a lot of athleticism to be able to do that. Most of the time, you got to take that guy on. You got to roll over the top of that guy. But when you have that ability to not only be strong at the point of attack, to take a dude on, to cross his face, and still have that kind of power to do that, and then have the speed and athleticism to undercut that guy or to slip that guy, like those are the guys that are a problem for us as offensive linemen, because, like I said, I just want you to run into me. That's what I want. And the guys who don't give you that, I've always found are the guys that give you more fits during the course of a game.
Hey, have you watched much of the Cardinals this season? Dave and I were talking about that. That's the next opponent for the Seahawks coming up. And you look at Kyler Murray's numbers, and he's completing almost 70% of his passes, 12 touchdowns, 3 picks. I mean, it just statistically, he looks to be a bit different. Is he a guy, in your opinion, that maybe he's just grown up, he's maturing into being the quarterback everybody thought he would be? Or what are you seeing out of the Cardinals and him specifically?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I've done 3 Cardinals games, so I've seen them a bunch and watched a ton of their film. And one, like James Conner is one of the great football players in this league, probably doesn't get enough credit. And, if you lined up every running back in football and ran a 40, he'd probably come in last, or he wouldn't be in the top 10, that's for sure. But great vision, great contact balance, physical at the point of attack. He just does a lot of things exceptionally well. A real good football player. I love watching him play the game. And so he's a real key. And then ultimately Kyler, it's been really interesting. Kyler's so athletically, he's so quick. He's so athletically gifted. He's so quick twitch that when he climbs the pocket, oftentimes he when you drop back as a quarterback, right? You hit, let's say it's a 5-step drop. You hit the 5th step in your drop, you're ready to unleash the ball, right? So if the first read in your progression isn't open, so you go da 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 da, and you hit your 5th step, right? And you're ready triggered. You're throwing the ball. If that's not open, you go ta, you hitch up, right? And so that's where the next read in your progression is supposed to open up. And so then it's one more hitch, and that's the 3rd read in your progression. And then after the 3rd read, it's check down. You just throw it out to the flat or whatever. But the timing of each hitch times up to the route combination. And what you would see when you study Kyler over the last couple of years, even early in this season, that he's so athletically gifted that when he climbs the pocket and he goes up to that first hitch, he's ahead of the receiver coming out of the break. So then it's not open. Then he hitches again, and then he's in front of that guy. So, it's the old John Wooden. What's the old saying, John Wooden? Don't be quick, but don't hurry, something of that nature. I can't remember the exact quote. But he has to learn to slow his feet down and be smooth in the pocket when he hitches up. And they've worked on that. He's worked on it. He acknowledged it to me in the last meeting we had. I just get ahead of myself, and sometimes my feet are ahead of kind of where my route combinations are. And you watch him slow that down, and it really has added to his accuracy, because when he hits the first step, the first read in the progression, he's deadly. He is on target. It was when he got to the 2nd and 3rd read that things were just off from a timing standpoint, and he's worked diligently to fix that. And over the last several weeks, he's been so much better. And you just go back and watch him in that 2nd and 3rd hitch. He's delivering the ball on target, on time, and it's because of his feet.
Hey, Mark, I'm trying not to get too excited about Abe Lucas. Well, actually, I'm not trying. I'm really excited about Abe Lucas, and I know you've talked to him, and I think you had some connection with him, but I don't know if you get a chance to watch him play. But I feel like he just is a guy who can change the culture on the offensive line. I've been raving about this play where he runs 20 yards downfield and pushes the pile, and meanwhile he's sprinting past a couple of guys that are jogging, and I'm just wondering if that can sort of change the culture for an offensive lineman. Is it something that you can get one guy to really do, and like I always say, make it cool again?
Yeah, one of the things that ends up happening to you is you watch a guy that plays, next to you. And this happened with me with Gary Zimmerman. I was a Pro Bowl player when I came to Denver, and I had some injury issues or whatever, but, always played hard and played aggressive and played physical and all that. And lined up next to Gary Zimmerman in practice, and he's running circles around me. And it was like, son of a gun, you're making me look bad on film. I got to pick up my game, And so it was one of those things where you're like, shoot, I got to, because he'll make you look slow. It's like put on the film with Ray Lewis back in the day when he was in his heyday, and he made everybody else on the football field look slow. As a matter of fact, I remember this time we're playing the Chicago Bears. I'm with Washington. It's 1991. We go to Chicago. And, you have that Saturday night meeting, Dave, and just the Saturday night meeting, and you guys talk about everything, and you get the team meeting, and then you split up in different, the offense goes to one meeting room, the defense goes to the other. And Joe Gibbs goes, I want you guys to see this. And he puts a film that he cut up of Mike Singletary on.
Mm-hmm.
And the principle of this film was Mike Singletary never turned to assess whether you can make a play or not. He just turned and took off like he had a rocket up his ass. And I am telling you, it was one of the most impressive films I've ever watched because they throw like he'd be in a hook drop at 10 to 12 yards, and they throw a deep in-cutting route on the other side like a dagger concept, deep in-cutting 18-yard route on the other side from where his hook drop was. And he put his foot in the ground and sprint and get down there and get in on the tackle and create a fumble. And, it was never one of those things, the play's too far away, I'm not going to make it.
Right.
And it was like we went play after play after play after play after play. And these were just like random cut-ups throughout the season. And it was every play he's playing at a different speed than everybody else. And it was one of those things that you just looked at and go, wow, that's who I'm playing against. I better buckle up this weekend, right? And that's the kind of effect a guy like that can have on a football team.
Hey, what do you think of the effect or impact that Russell Wilson's having with the Steelers? How much of their success are you putting on him specifically? Is it just, hey, this is a guy who's just fitting in and not screwing it up, or he's leading the charge? How do you see his four? I think they've won 5 in a row and 4 in a row with him.
Yeah, he's been impressive. And I think the biggest thing for me that's been impressive about Russ is I think Russ has really, I'll give him all the credit in the world for the maturity, because when you watch the way they play the game, and now he hasn't been great the last couple of games. He's completed about 50% of his passes, but he makes 2 or 3 deep ball throws a game that are just game-changing. They're unbelievable. Then the other thing that has happened is this is something I've complained about a bunch with Russ, his inability to throw and throw the ball in the middle of the football field. And in his first, I didn't look last week, but in his first 3 games or so, everything was outside the numbers. There wasn't even an attempt in the middle of the football field. And so the Steelers are doing very much what Pete Carroll did early in Russ's career. Here's what you can do. These are the things you can't do. We're not going to allow you or call those things. We're going to keep you in this world. And when he's in that world, throwing the ball outside the numbers, the quick hitches, the little the quick comeback throws, the boot keep stuff out, getting to the tight ends and the slide and all those kind of things, the little flood routes where you're getting him outside the pocket. Dude's exceptional. Dude is exceptional. Always has been. He was that way in Seattle, and that's what he does well. And I'll give him a ton of credit for saying, okay, things haven't gone well the last several years. My last year in Seattle, my 2 years in Denver, it's been an abject disaster. I'm going to get back to being coachable and doing what I do best. And as long as he does that, man, it's exciting. It's fun, and I'll give him all the credit in the world for that stuff.
Hey, Mark, had something happen. The Seahawks going into this game, a lot of people were talking about, well, the Niners, they don't have Kittle, and, some guys are hurt and banged up and everything. But the Seahawks, fair amount of adversity. That first they trade for Ernest Jones, and then they fire Dodson. And then Connor Williams decides to retire. And, the word was that, he was kind of withdrawn and, especially being an offensive lineman, he wasn't communicating with his teammates and he was just done. And you ever come across anything like that? Because I think it's the one sport, where you really have to be settled as far as, your mental discipline, emotionally, things like that. You ever come across see a similar situation to that?
No, not really. Where a guy just kind of was checked out or just kind of done.
Yeah.
Maybe in the off season or whatever, when he just didn't want to do it anymore. Had been around for a long time, but it's different today. Today's just different than when you and I played, and we weren't making any money. So you played as long as you possibly could to try to accumulate, and now guys play 2 or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, and they're set. I mean, they've made more money than you can shake a stick at, and so it does give you better. It gives you more options to say, "Hey, man, I've had enough. I'm going to walk away," and I'm set. I've got generational type money, and I can move on with my life and figure out what I want to do after this. I mean, it does take a toll on your body, obviously, and I will say this: having played hurt, my entire career, it's arduous mentally. It's a grind. And I always had to turn it into a competition with myself. Like I always felt like garbage. So like one of the big things I used to think all the time about playing is, man, anybody could play this game if they felt good. Like I feel like absolute hammered crap, and I'm going to go out here and kick your ass. And so it became a big challenge for me every week. Was like, I showed up to games where I literally couldn't hardly walk and played lights out in the entirety of the game, and things that I just was able to force my body to do, at that point in my life. But it was exhausting, and I was always the first guy in the facility, the last guy to leave. I was always in it. I would come in at 5 a.m. and rehab until 7:30. Then I'd study film till 9, and then it was my daily grind every day. Just to stay, just to give myself an opportunity to be on the football field. So that stuff is exhausting. And I feel for a guy who just gets to the point where he's like, man, I've had enough. My body hurts. I feel like garbage. I just don't want to do this anymore. So I understand how hard that is.
Yeah, 27 years old, so not an old man even in football years. So we'll see what he does. But hey, just a quick thought before we let you go: are the Lions the best team in the league now? We saw the Chiefs finally lose, and we sort of talked about, they're undefeated, but they don't look dominant, and they've suffered a loss. I mean, I know the Bills are good if we're just looking at records, the Eagles, but the Lions. I mean, I know Jacksonville's not great, but they 52-6. I mean, does that speak more to how great the Lions are or how dreadful Jacksonville is?
Yeah, I've been saying the Lions are the best team in football since week one, and regardless of dropping one early and the Kansas City Chiefs being undefeated, they physically can beat you up. Physically, they can run the ball on you. They can finesse you. Any game you want to play, they can beat you at. They're better than you. They're like Globo Gym. We're better than you, and we know it. So they're incredible. And the fact that Jared Goff can go on the road and throw 5 picks and still find a way to will his team to a victory, like that game against Houston's it's unreal. Like that's when you're really good. When you don't have your good stuff, you don't play well, and you still find a way to win, that's when you're a damn good football team.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to see what they're doing out there. Mark, as always, we appreciate the conversation. Great stuff. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll talk again next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Stink.
There you go. Mark Schlereth with us each and every week. If you just tuned in, didn't catch all of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture. It'll be right there waiting for you. Or you could go the easy way and just click subscribe and never have to think about it again, Dave.
Why are you looking at me?
Because it's technology that works for you. It makes things more efficient, unlike streaming.
And it's easy.
That doesn't make things more efficient or better. By the way, the Seahawks back home this weekend, and today is the last day you can enter to win 4 tickets to watch them take on the Arizona Cardinals at Lumen Field. That's this Sunday, November 24th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download it. Meanwhile, a former member of the LOB wants to set the record straight on a few things. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
What was different? I think we played more of a complimentary game, but it's hard to say, like, hey, we just, totally shifted. I think you look at all the things we've been talking about like refining what we're doing, chasing edges, continual improvement on how we handle our business Monday through Saturday, and then, the approach on Sunday. I thought we managed the game well throughout and put ourselves in position to win at the end. So I thought that's what we saw.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Oh, the holiday season gets hectic. You got family coming in. You got parties. You got gifts to shop, all that stuff. It just gets stressful. It's a stressful time this year, and I'm going to prioritize my well-being as you should. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep, just a mental break, personal victories, whatever you need. And on top of that, how about a massage chair? I've got one, and I use it every single day. They are also made for more than just relaxation. They're there for recovery, stress relief, and just lowering your blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are there to get you through the holidays with flexible financing. They've got white glove delivery. They've got treadmills, bikes, ellipticals, up to 50% off. You need to check it out. It's fantastic. Head to johnsonfitness.com, or you can go to one of their 3 Seattle locations today.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal. Or should I say a gig deal? Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number. 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
what happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Right tackle Abe Lucas played Sunday for the first time since last December after having off-season knee surgery.
He played 70% of the snaps as the Seahawks ease him back in. He talked to Wyman and Bob yesterday about the continuing process of returning from that injury.
I'm not at risk for getting injured again. It's just something I have to, like you said, continue to recover and rehab from. I mean, I don't think a lot of people realize muscle injury or tendon injuries, whatever it may be, they take a lot of time to heal. And sometimes for, I guess, somebody who's not in sports, the best recovery is to really not do anything. I can't really afford that. I have to heal and continue to strength train and football train and all that stuff. So it takes a little bit of time just to reacclimate everything. But I'm in a good spot with it, and I'm continuing to get better. And I'm able to play on it, and that yesterday's game proved that, and so we're going to build off of that.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
It's getting colder and darker outside. That means spending more time in your home and, unfortunately, the pantry, right? Mike Salk here. That's where all the unhealthy, sugary, carby, and saturated fat snacks all live. I know an Oreo or two will taste great and it'll make you feel good in the moment, but unfortunately, those sleeves and boxes have a way of disappearing in just one sitting, right? Well, let's make a commitment to not raid the pantry tonight or all winter with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Instead of weight, here's what you have to gain. Learning to eat in a sustainable way that'll cause the fat to just melt off. No prepackaged or boxed meals, no counting points or calories. Nope, with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, you'll lose weight, get healthy, and be energized all winter long, naturally, safely, and effectively. No drugs or injections, and you can do it all virtually. This program works, and you want to know a secret? It's not that hard. I did it and lost 35 pounds. Schedule a free consultation. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat Compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build roads, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
What does the Seahawks jersey mean? It's football.
Drops back, has time, loads up, throws. It's intercepted! Does he keep his feet in? He does! Seahawks ball!
It's community.
The stands are rocking right now. Nobody has left this place. It is pandemonium.
It's Seattle. This is your jersey. This is the Pro Shop. The Seahawks Pro Shop has the largest selection of Seahawks jerseys. Come try one on at the Landing in Renton or at Lumen Field.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Mark Schlereth, who joined us in the previous segment. If you guys missed it, you'll be able to find that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Coming up at 5 o'clock, El Hombre, Michael Bradley will be with us, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, former member of the Legion of Boom, Dave, guy you don't hear from really ever, appeared on the on a was it a podcast or a TV show?
It's a new YouTube show.
Show.
Josina Anderson's doing.
The Exhibit.
YouTube, the podcast. There's just so many outlets, Dave. There's so much
a lot.
Stuff.
Yeah.
But she sat down with Earl Thomas.
And a guy who didn't say a whole lot, but when he did say something,
there'd be a lot of confused looks.
It was memorable.
I just always remember when he had the dreads and then he cut them off. And he came and sat down with us at training camp one time, and I go, "Hey, new haircut, man. Must feel good or something like that?" And he just straight face, "My hair doesn't define me." Okay.
Hey, one time I asked him a question, and I didn't think it was that complicated, and he looked at me like I was crazy, and he was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, well, "Okay, well, let me rephrase that, but gotta love him on the field, man. Oh, my God.
Heck of a player.
Talk about having a rocket up your bum.
Yeah.
That was a little nicer?
Yeah, that was better.
Okay.
That was
I know
better.
Matt gets a little.
Well, Mark's a little direct.
Yeah.
But so Earl, speaking for the first, I don't know if he's done any other interviews. We just never hear from the guy, but he spoke with Josina Anderson, and they had a few different things. Here he wants to get into coaching and talks about why he wants to be a coach at the NFL level.
Just finding ways to be competitive now in life. I definitely missed the game.
I have dreams and goals of coaching in the NFL, not high school, maybe college, but the NFL. But that's my game plan right now. I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not sure if it's going to be this year, but it should be. I should be first ballot. So I'm excited about the accolades that's going to be there, all the people that still believe in me. But I definitely still have that competitive edge. I watch NFL all the time.
So a couple things from that. He doesn't want to coach high school, maybe college, but definitely the NFL he wants to coach. And he's definitely not sure if he's going to be first ballot, but he'll be in the Hall of Fame, and he's excited about the accolades that are coming.
Yeah.
So in his mind, it's a done deal. Is he? And we've talked about this in relation to other players. I have the hardest time gauging outside of the truly obvious, Aaron Rodgers, he's going to be in first ballot Hall of Famer. Tom Brady, there are just certain guys Other guys, because it's not a Hall of Fame driven by these numbers that are sort of benchmarks the way baseball is. Is he a Hall of Famer? I don't know. I mean, he was a great player while he was playing, at least in Seattle. But is that enough of a career to be a Hall of Famer? Do you think?
I don't know, man. Just because I think also everybody would talk about Cam Chancellor and who he had around him, but you could also argue. Like who he had around him maybe made it easier for him, but you could also argue that it was hard to make plays in that secondary. I'm just looking at like some of his intercept. I mean, he had 455 yards in return yardage, 30 interceptions, went to the Pro Bowl 7 of his 10 years, and then a lot of it. Well, in one of them, it has it marked as Baltimore, and I just remember him having nothing but trouble in Baltimore.
Yeah,
that last year, and then
that didn't go well.
There were some rumors also that the Texans, could possibly take him, and then there were some other players that were like, "No, you don't want to play with this guy." So, yeah, I mean, I got a lot of love for Earl, but he was a little unpredictable, I would say. A couple of funny things, though. I remember when they were doing the kneeling thing, and everybody was talking about it and everything, and then I just remember him going, "Yeah," and then Doug got up there, and he was so dramatic. And then, he was telling us that. Then the other thing that he said one time, and this is where it kind of struck me that he wants to be a coach. But I remember him complaining on the air about watching film and meetings. He's like, why do we have to have so many meetings? I mean, my God, we have to have a meeting to see if we should have a meeting. There's all these meetings going on. I mean, he just went on and on and on about that.
Well, now if he wants to be a coach,
that's all it is.
Get ready for meetings. Now he's still he's emphatic that he can still play in the NFL.
Oh, I know I still can play. I know I still can play. It has to be a good atmosphere where coach is going to let me go out there and play, communicate. I know the plays. I know the formations. Just a good atmosphere where they understand me.
Good atmosphere where they understand.
He's only 35. He's 35 years old.
Could he still play?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's been how many years? What was his last year?
2019.
Yeah. So come on, man, you're going on 6 years almost out of the league.
I remember thinking that, Bob. I remember, and I was doing workouts, and I don't know, in my mind, it was actually when I lived here, in the very house that I live in now, which was 22. Yeah, I was like 41 years old, and I'm like, maybe I can make a comeback. What an idiot. What was I thinking, man?
Well, wasn't it Holmgren that set that straight when somebody talked to him and said, well, I'd tell Dave I'd like him if he wasn't so old.
Yeah, he was like so old. But, yeah, I mean, you think that, and then you get out there. Bump and Stacy had a really cool segment last week, and it was like, when did you know that you were getting old? What was the one moment? And I remember I talked about trying to tip the baseball out at Safeco at the time.
Felt like somebody was pulling down on your legs.
It felt like somebody was tackling me around my ankles. Yeah, I used to be able to, touch the rim easily.
Yeah.
And no, not so much now.
Now muscles will be pulled. Yeah. One more from Earl. Now, here he is talking about his impact on the Legion of Boom.
I know for sure that 2013 team, that we don't win a Super Bowl without me. We don't go back without me either. So that's just that.
Is that something that you would protest or
I wouldn't
have a
protest
problem with
it.
it?
I wouldn't
Loose
protest
leave
it.
over?
I wouldn't protest it. I just know that I'm a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like I came in with Eric Berry. Eric Berry is a good safety. Who else they got? Who else they got this decade that's like that? Nobody. I went like way out there past these guys. Like Sherm got his attitude for me. Cam got his attitude for me. Like every time they get mad at me for saying these things. That's why I don't like to go into detail about these things.
They get mad at me for saying these things. Sherm got his attitude from me. Cam got his attitude from me. He's passed all the. He's not lacking in confidence. I'm certainly a first ballot Hall of Famer, and I've passed all these guys.
I like that. There's this weird kind of Twilight Zone music in the background that goes right perfectly with the comments that he's making. Like, I don't know, Earl. That's pretty. Yeah, he's full of confidence. Look, that was what he was all about. He was just a different cat, man. That was the case with him his entire career. So yeah, I mean it's I understand.
Do they get to the Super Bowl in 2013 and 14 without him?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who the backup safeties were at that time. Yeah, I mean I don't think one player made that. But yeah. Earl was unbelievable.
He was a great player. This is not to dispute his greatness. Again, there without any real clarity on what gets you into a football Hall of Fame when you're not the obvious, like we talked about with Brady and certain players. I always have a hard time gauging whether somebody is or isn't a Hall of Famer because it's just such a weird process. They don't have the markers in terms of numbers. Somebody's there, basically it's like a court case and they're your defender. Or they're making the case for you to the rest of it's a jury, but it's the other voters, and you're standing up there saying, here's why Earl Thomas should be a Hall of Famer. And then you present your case.
I remember Clayton asking me a bunch of questions about Cortez Kennedy.
Yeah, it's just a weird process.
It is kind of, but yeah, and I think, maybe there were some guys that he pissed off, and maybe that would be the case, or this is one where I would love to have John Clayton, our buddy John Clayton, right now to talk to about that.
He'd have an emphatic answer, one way or the other.
He would. It would be very definitive.
Absolutely yes or absolutely no.
Yeah, but he was just such a great player for us. I have a hard time ever saying anything negative about Earl, and but man, he was part of that time where Schneider was getting guys like him and KJ and Sherm and
Cam.
Bobby, and it was like he was hitting grand slams and he didn't know it yet, and then it all came together, and it was a really cool part of history here.
All right, there you go. There's a little bit from Earl Thomas. Don't hear from him very often. Meanwhile, Geno Smith had a reason why he found extra motivation in beating the 49ers on Sunday, and you're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You didn't think we'd go all the way through all these highlights without playing the game-winning touchdown, right?
Gonna run! 10, 5, Geno! Touchdown! Seahawks!
Dave in the background.
The Dave laugh.
Yeah.
That's pure joy. I can't contain myself.
I love it so much.
And Geno jogged in. I was yelling, run, dog, what you doing? But again, we need to see more of this from Geno. It's an underrated dynamic to his game. There's nothing there. Do what you do.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. It helps with severe osteoarthritis, even bone-on-bone, loss of cartilage, rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. I mean, it's really all about getting people back to doing all the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, for a limited time, ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Inst 121524. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
With Floor Coverings International, the mobile flooring showroom comes to you. Book an appointment, pick out the flooring you like, and they'll order and install it for you. It's that easy. Visit FCIFloors.com to book an appointment. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, I said and hotel. If you're looking for a fun night out, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is just the place to go. Whether it's Vista Prime Steak and Seafood with their reimagined happy hour or Falls Buffet as well. The breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. You can find all the details at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Only 30 minutes from downtown. Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
What's your holiday tradition? Now, if you're like me, it involves gathering around a big meal to celebrate. Well, what if there's no food on the table? Hey, it's G. Scott. This year, help someone less fortunate celebrate the holidays by supporting Nourishing Neighbors. The Nourishing Neighbors program provides grocery cards to the people who are the most impacted by food insecurity. So make a donation next time that you're at Safeway and help make sure everyone is welcome at the table for the holidays. Go to nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, holiday heroes. It's a special time of year at Shane Company. As a family business for 4 generations, we know firsthand that fine jewelry is the gift that says it all. From the engagement ring that says, "You're the one," to the diamond tennis bracelet that says, "Thank you for being you." We have the widest selection of fine jewelry gifts, in stock and ready to take home. Come pick out a pair of hand-matched diamond stud earrings or a necklace with a colorful gemstone. Check out our new Bloom collection, one of owner Tom Shane's favorites this year, featuring stunning sapphires, emeralds, or rubies. At Shane Company, every gift and every price range is crafted to our high-quality standards. We have jewelers working in every store to bring your gifts to life, making sure rings fit just right, setting center stones and engagement rings by hand, and engraving your pieces to make your gifts even more special. Your gifts will always be protected with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com and come see us in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash. And at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at legacyg.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Geno Smith popped on Richard Sherman's podcast yesterday, and they were, I assume, joking. Some did not take it this way, but Geno was clearly joking, I think, about the realization of seeing KJ Wright and how that felt to see him in Niners gear.
Somewhere in the third quarter, I looked over to their bench, and I saw KJ standing over there. I was like, what the? You know what I mean? I'm like, man, we got to beat these boys. And I saw KJ, it just kind of pissed me off a little bit. You know, he's a Seahawk, man. He shouldn't have those colors on, but.
Yeah, it was. We were watching that clip. He was smiling. They were clearly joking around, but it is weird when they did flash to the sideline. You see KJ like shouting instruct, whatever he's yelling out there, and you're like, oh my God, it's KJ over there on the 49ers sideline. That feels wrong.
Yeah. You know, we talked to Greg Papa last week, and he was just going on and on about KJ. And then KJ works with Johnny Holland, He's a guy that he got drafted the same year I did. And, I always kind of followed his career. But he has an amazing story about beating cancer and everything. And when I talked to KJ about Johnny Holland, he just went on and on. So, look, my point is KJ is very happy with the Niners. And, he really wanted to coach and got a chance to do it down there. I'm sure he was a little bit tweaked. I mean, I understand why the Seahawks would want to go a different direction, as far as
all new.
But I don't know. I don't think you could have gone wrong with KJ. He's such a quality dude, but didn't get a chance to see him. I last time I did, though, and it's just a reminder of what a great person KJ is.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, we talked about the Cowboys roof just breaking apart, beams from the roof falling earlier. So this was happening while Monday Night Football was doing their pregame show, and Lisa Salters kind of broke down not one, but 2 pieces of sheet metal that were falling from the roof.
Well, actually, Scott, I'm here to tell you about the recent update with the roof.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You remember the story that I told you at the top of the hour? Well, we saw some of the debris that came down when they opened the roof earlier tonight, including that huge chunk of metal. But there was another piece of metal, just like that one, about the same size, that also fell from the roof, but didn't make it onto the field. It actually got lodged on a catwalk high above us. NFL security, they didn't think it would be safe to play this game tonight with that piece of metal up there, so they insisted that it either be moved, brought down, or secured before the game could be played. They went with option B, to secure it.
You know what's frustrating to me? How big is the piece of metal?
I bet it's pretty big if it's coming out there.
It was big.
Compared to,
What does that mean?
Like 10 feet long?
Yeah, I mean, why can't they tell us 10 feet long then? It's a big chunk of metal. I want to know how. Is it going to kill
somebody?
somebody?
Exact measurements?
Yeah, I mean, was it a bolt?
How come
maybe
she didn't have her tape measure there? What was she thinking?
Well, I'm just like, it's a huge chunk. I'm like, what's a huge chunk? Like, to a lot of people, falling out of the sky, it could be like, 1 foot by 1 foot. Or to some people, it would be like 12 feet by 12 feet. Like, that could kill like 4 people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm strangely irritated.
Yeah.
This is an oddly specific thing to be.
Yeah.
So you're mad by the reporting, not the fact that there's just metal falling.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm concerned for my fellow citizens, Mike. That's not it. I really just want to know, like, how many people could it kill?
He wants to know, were you really in danger? Come on. It was a bolt. It was a...
That's what makes me think it was a tiny piece, because why isn't anybody saying what it was?
Sheet. It was like sheet metal. Wasn't it like a panel?
They were showing pictures of it. The one that fell to the ground, they were showing, that was about 10 feet long. And then
there was one that didn't fall to the ground?
That's what she's talking about. So they had to have a guy go up there and secure it up there. So he was up on the catwalk and he was like fastening it up to the ceiling so it wouldn't fall randomly during the game.
Yeah, it wouldn't fit in his pocket, so he had to refasten it.
That's what I want to know about.
Sweeping the dial.
There you go. Good measurement. Too big to fit in your pocket. Okay, could kill someone. Yeah. So that's our standard now. A positive update here. This was a great update and a great story that captivated college football. So last week, after Syracuse lost to Boston College, their head coach Fran Brown said he doesn't shower after they lose because he thinks, only winners deserve to take showers. So after they beat Cal, Fran Brown was excited to take a shower.
My hat's off to them again, man. They are just a really good football team. And like I told you, it was going to go into the fourth quarter.
No
because
question.
That's what the ACC is. It's all about creating greatness here,
I dig it, Coach. Enjoy your shower, all right, baby?
Yeah, I'm about to get wise.
I know that's...
Winners get wild.
Okay, hang on. So he didn't shower after the last game. Did he shower during the week leading up to this game, or he was not going to shower until
he does not shower the night, day they lose.
But the next day, we assume that he did.
Maybe.
This would have been a tough one, man, because they were at Cal. I don't know if that might be one of the longer plane rides.
Yeah.
For a team to get. Yeah, we had this on last week. He made sure to say that he brushes his teeth, right?
Yeah, that's not enough.
He said he brushes his teeth.
Let's go to the tape to see. So this is Fran Brown after the loss last week.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even getting a shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back and trying to make sure that our players mentally understand and know that I let them down, that they didn't do it. I just wake up all night, especially when you lose. You like wake up like, damn, it really happened. It really happened that way. So it's just different pieces.
It goes on for about 30 more
That's
seconds.
a new way of like judging people. You don't even deserve soap.
I don't deserve soap. But he did say he showered the next morning, which is a relief. So that night, all right, help yourself. You're just punishing your players even more.
Or you're punishing your seatmate.
Yeah.
If you are flying all the way back to
or his wife, or if he's married, I don't know, but she's got to pay a penalty for him losing.
Wasn't
That's
there
not
something
right.
about him saying he sleeps on the couch?
Yeah, he's not going to be married for much longer. They lose enough.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah, he keeps
better
losing.
win. Not showering and sleeping on the couch.
There's a lot at stake for this guy. A lot
Winning
at stake.
is crucial to his marriage.
I have to say, Stanford contributed to that.
You like him?
The mighty trees.
yeah, he's young. He gets after it. Recruits well. So.
You like that attitude?
Yep. He's
Yeah.
fun so far.
So far.
Until the stench literally lingers over their team.
Until he keeps losing. All right.
Very nicely done, Lefko.
There you go. Meanwhile, the Cowboys are a mess, and I'm going to go ahead and guess that this guy is extremely happy about that. El Hombre, Michael Bradley. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
His ability to drive the team late in game is his best attribute.
In his last 2 years, 7 times.
He's
Fourth
just
quarter
been
overtime,
money.
7 game-winning drives, tied for the most in all the NFL.
And I knew they were going to win the game as soon as they got the ball. Honestly, as soon as they got the ball with, 2:30 left or whatever.
Timeout, yep.
I said the only reason they lose this game is if they leave too much time on the clock and San Francisco comes back again. Like, he has just been absolutely money in those spots. Heck of a game from Gino.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan's Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At the Home Depot, we know Saturdays are for college football. That's why we have everything you need to never miss a play, like Bear Dynasty interior paint, their most durable one-coat hide paint ever. From a team color statement wall to a fan cave, complete with a mural honoring Nick Saban's 17-year dynasty.
Hey, I like that idea.
Nothing beats Bear Dynasty interior paint. It's everything you need all in one can.
Defend your game time with Bear and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Valid only when tended to colors from the Bear Dynasty and Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Color Collection.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. They have you covered with these great deals. Learn how to get your choice of a 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That's a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how to get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply, taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Postseason baseball awards being handed out. The Milwaukee Brewers manager Pat Murphy and Cleveland Guardians manager Stephen Vogt were named managers of the year today after leading their teams to the playoffs in their first full seasons managing. Longtime college coach Murphy took over in Milwaukee after Craig Counsell left to manage the rival Chicago Cubs. And under his watchful eye, the Brewers went 93-69, finished 10 games ahead of the Cubs in the NL Central Division. Largest gap between first and second place teams in the 2024 Major League Baseball season. So congrats to those guys. Meanwhile, news not so good in New York as the Jets continue to separate themselves from those who have cost them a season. And Woody Johnson, the owner, fired their GM Joe Douglas after 5+ seasons today. Move came 6 weeks after he fired head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start, setting the stage for an off-season reboot, as they're calling it, likely to affect quarterback Aaron Rodgers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee? What? El hombre.
That was a catastrophe.
I know.
That's a new low. Roz is better.
El hombre.
The natural meets Rudy meets. I don't even know how to describe it. El hombre.
It's Tuesday, it's 5 o'clock, so you know what that means, boys and girls. This guy joins us each and every week for a conversation. The one, the only, El Hombre. Michael Bradley with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. How are you, man?
I want to apologize to all the listeners for missing last week, but it really wasn't my fault. Both of you guys were out of the office, and apparently the B team couldn't handle me. So that's why I was not on the air. So please don't make this about me. I am always ready to go for my Seattle audience. I would never leave you guys in the lurch unless it was the lurch was thrown upon me.
The B team couldn't handle him. Who was it? Who was on the air that day?
I don't know.
Bump and Stacy
manager.
I'm looking at Lefko. What'd you say?
Bump and Stacy.
Oh, Bump and Stacy. Okay, yeah, you're right. They're not conditioned for what you bring to the table. It takes a special kind of calloused individual like myself and Dave.
Bump's had me on before.
Has he?
Hasn't he been with me?
I don't.
Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Michael Bumpus.
What's the phone? Yeah, Bumpus and I have been on. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can handle it. Maybe it was the other guy.
Yeah, or girl. Stacy.
Woman, I'm sorry.
That's all good. Well, we got you now, and there's much to discuss. I would imagine. I know they're not in your division, but you and New York teams, it's just not a good match. How delightful is it to see what's going on with the Jets and just see they fire the head coach, now they fire the GM, Aaron Rodgers, they're losing, they're finding ways to lose. It's just the whole thing seems to be a bit of a disaster out there.
It is the delightfulest thing that could be possibly happening, other than false face. What's going on in Dallas, because watching him watch games now, he's rubbing his eyes and giving exasperated sighs. That's a lot of fun. But Woody Johnson is up there with the biggest adults who are, owning NFL teams. And, as Michael Douglas's Gordon Gekko character says in Wall Street, a fool and his money are fortunate enough to get together in the first place. So this guy owns the team, and firing Joe Douglas is not going to do anything. Douglas drafted a lot of really good players that are on that team. I guarantee you Douglas didn't go and beat the desk and tell Woody Johnson they had to hire Aaron Rodgers, because he's a smart football guy, and he knew the problems were going to come with it. So Jets going to jet. It was great to see them lose to the Colts the other day. It was great watching Red Zone. It was delightful. So very pleased that things continue to fall apart for them and for those folks down in Dallas.
Well, and the first thing, I want to make sure that you're not somehow employed by Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't have any say over your career, right? Because that was the first thing I thought of. That,
He can throw me under the bus all he wants. That bus better have strong tires. He is absolutely, positively the biggest jerk in football right now. And that goes for, and that includes a lot of people right now. Jamar Chase, what he said about his coach, when they lost the game the other day to the Chargers, call him a derogatory name. You got a lot of bad actors in there, false faces in there. But right now, Aaron Rodgers is running the lead engineer on the train. He's leading the parade, whatever cliche you want to use. Aaron Rodgers is number one in the jerk ratings.
Yeah, and he is just a classic case of very highly technical psychological term, too big for his britches. But also, have you heard? I mean, is he still at odds with his family? I mean, he is not making friends at all.
Oh no, it's unbelievable. Do you know who Annie Agar is? She's on Twitter. She does some content for some other things, I think some Barstool stuff. But anyway, every week she does a thing where it's about a 3.5-minute video where she does a recap of the week in the NFL, where she pretends she works for the league and she calls in characters. It's all her wearing the T-shirts of the teams. And she said that it was a great line. You talk about Rodgers and the family. The Thanksgiving game between the Giants and the Cowboys is so bad that Aaron Rodgers is actually going to invite his family over for Thanksgiving instead of watching that. So, no, he's not back with his family. He's still estranged, and that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah. So are we looking at the last of him? I mean, I can't imagine that they're going to bring him back. His money's not guaranteed, as far as I read, for next season. So, I mean, the idea of him playing for another team, I feel like this is the end of the road for him, unless he's just hell bent on no, I'm gonna continue to play.
He says he wants. I saw this week that he says he wants to come back. But I mean, what general manager is going to accept the job and say, "Yeah, sure, I'll let the guy who got my predecessor fired stay on and run and be the quarterback for the team with decaying skills and being even more of a distraction"? I can't see him back. What would be delicious is the Giants draft a rookie quarterback, and then they sign him to be sort of the mentor or the stopgap, so that they can really mess up that team too.
Hey, you mentioned your guy Falseface, and I think it's really a fantastic coincidence that also the stadium is falling apart.
Yes.
And it was, and that, I was trying to get a gauge on, okay, how big are the chunks? Because, sometimes there's sensationalism going on.
They thought they could have picked it up and put it in their back pocket and called it a day.
Right, yeah. It could have been like a tiny bolt or a nut or a washer or something like that. But I don't know how big the chunks were. Did you hear anything? We can't get a straight answer.
I mean, this was like, I think what I saw was like 4 or 5 feet. And this was falling from look, here's the thing. Thank goodness no one got knocked in a coconut with this thing, because they're probably dead. So that's the first thing. Good. Nobody got hurt? Fine. Now let's make fun of him. His place is falling apart. His team is falling apart. His face is falling apart. It's wonderful.
Well, and they've invested so much money into into these players. You know, the extension to Dak and CeeDee Lamb, and they got Micah Parsons coming up on a deal. It just feels like this thing's about to implode, and McCarthy will probably be gone. I would assume he's only signed through the end of the season, so you're looking at somewhat of a rebuild for a team that you love rooting against. It's got to be just a delightful time for you.
It is. It's great. And did you see the game last night when Mixon, I think it was his second touchdown when he ran around right end, and the guy dove. He danced into the end zone, and the guy dove at him at the last second, and he just sort of jumped over him like you jump over your little brother or you jump over a little puddle on your way somewhere. He was laughing the whole way. This team has now become a national punchline. It's tremendous. We love to see the Jets fail, but they're the Jets. We expect them to fail. But when the Cowboys fail, you get a specific kind of schadenfreude, which is the German word for deriving pleasure out of the misfortune of others. And right now, my schadenfreude tanks are so full that I'm buying new tanks to hold more schadenfreude because it's so much fun to see them fail.
Well, and on top of that, I mean, just looking at the division in which the Eagles are, and that's the team you root for, how satisfying is it to have Saquon Barkley doing what he's doing for this team where, the whole offseason on Hard Knocks, the storyline was, all right, Saquon, what do we do with him? As long as he doesn't go to the Eagles, okay, we can allow it to happen. He goes to the Eagles. He's one of two players that have over 1,000 yards rushing already, and he's got 8 touchdowns on the season. I would imagine he's reaching superhero status out there in Philadelphia.
And he looks like a rookie. And I don't mean that in terms of he is green or inexperienced. The bounce and the speed, he looks like some guy who's like a scat back in the Big 12 who's used to running through everybody and they can't touch him. He looks reborn. It's amazing what he's doing this year. If he stays healthy, he's going to get 1,700 yards. And he'll be getting a lot of that. I mean, it always goes to a quarterback. He'll be getting a lot of MVP talk. And the best part is the Ravens aren't using their star. Henry doesn't get the ball when he should be. The Eagles are going to keep feeding Saquon. There was a meeting a couple weeks ago where the offensive line went into the head coach's office and said, "Give him the ball, run the football." So as long as the Eagles are doing that and wearing teams down, I don't know if you saw the fourth quarter of that game last Thursday. Barkley was gallivanting through a really tired Washington defense. And that's what you want to do. You want your back to be gaining big chunks of yardage late in the game because that shows that the other team's worn down.
And it's interesting that I think that is Barkley over age 30 at this point?
I don't think so. He's
approaching
27.
But, yeah, and then you look
He's
at –
still spry.
Yeah, he'll be 28 in February.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey, I was going to ask you about this. This is kind of an interesting story. I don't know if you saw that this happened up here in Seattle, El Hombre, but the sudden retirement of Connor Williams, and just kind of what your take is, because he's played in the league for 7 years, so there's one side of it where you think, man, why would you walk away from a contract that's paying you $5 or $6 million? But if you've been making that kind of money for 6 years, you kind of have the luxury to do it. And
27 years old.
Yeah, 27. I mean, it was really kind of shocking, and a lot of adversity for the Seahawks, which they overcame in a win with the Niners. But yeah, it seemed like maybe it was like a mental health thing. I mean, he didn't cite anything like family or this or that, but it was like, it was just kind of a reminder that like you really have to be squared away to play in the NFL just because it's so rigorous. But also, kind of like, hey, maybe these guys have the blank you money, and maybe we'll see more of it. It was very odd. I just wanted to get your take on it.
I don't think it's the blank you money. I think it's what you said earlier. That, and it better than any of the three of us. My tackle football career ended after 6th grade. Okay, so back then you really didn't have to get up for practice, right? You just kind of went to practice. You better be ready at 100% mentally, physically, and psychologically to do this job, or you shouldn't do it. And I think for one of those 3 reasons, he said enough. Maybe he can't do it anymore. I mean, Jason Kelsey always used to say after the season, I want to retire after every season. And then he starts to heal, and you start to feel better, and you start to work out some, and you say, I can do another year. Maybe Williams just said, I can't do this. And who knows, maybe he also said 7 years is enough. I want to protect myself. Who knows? Maybe he had a collision in practice where he got scared and thought, I can't be doing this. I don't want to have CTE. I want to, live. I want to live my. Where did he go to college?
Oh man, that's a good question. Oh, I think was it Ohio State?
I don't recall.
Yeah, but the thing I guess that
Ohio
was
State, he doesn't really have a degree.
Oh, you know what?
Go back somewhere and get
Yeah.
You just teed him up, Dave.
No, he played at Texas. I did know that because, I'm like, okay, that's a program that there's a lot of pressure. And so to me, it kind of meant like, he was walking around with his headphones on. He wasn't talking to his teammates and stuff like that. And, and I was talking about how there was a stretch for me in maybe my second or third year where like my helmet and I felt like claustrophobic and, it only lasted for a few days. But like, if you're not entirely squared away in this sport, it's one that, and he didn't really say anything to anyone. So it made me think maybe it was something, mentally or emotionally that was going on with him, which I felt bad for him because, guys don't usually do that. But I don't know. I just think it's a sport more than any that, you got to have everything running 100%.
You're right. And I mean, if he walked out on that practice field one day and said, well, wait a second, I'm not ready for this. For whatever reason, physically, mentally, emotionally, whatever it is, it's time to go. And 7 years is a pretty good career for a place where the average career is 3.5.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to see him play 12 years, and you want that fixture in the middle of the line. But, again, you just hope that he's doing the right thing for himself and for his overall health.
Hey, I was reading the story earlier today, Michael, about Deion Sanders and the speculation that he's going to be an NFL coach, and certainly the Cowboys coming up in that conversation because I guess Michael Irvin and others talking about it. But he's made the statement that he's happy at Colorado. He said the kickstand is down here, and that means he's staying put, which I assume means we're going to read about a contract extension soon, or he's going to be named the new head coach of the Cowboys. I don't take that stuff seriously. But what do you think of him hypothetically if he were to say, yeah, I want to coach at the NFL level? Has he shown you enough at this level to say, yeah, he's worth taking a shot on?
First of all, he's been a head coach for like 4 years, 2 at Colorado and 2 at Jackson State, I think it was.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's got a whole big track record. Secondly, we see college coaches don't usually translate well to the NFL, even if they played in the NFL. Everybody says, what about Jim Harbaugh? Well, Jim Harbaugh was a quarterback forever, and he was an assistant coach for a little while in the NFL, if I recall, before he went to San Diego, then Stanford, then to San Francisco. So you have a situation where he's going to be a bit of a sideshow. He brings a lot with him. Is that what Jones wants right now? Is that what he thinks this franchise needs after this kind of season, to bring somebody in, A, who's going to deflect attention away from him, B, who doesn't have a whole lot of experience? Jerry's not a spring chicken anymore, right? He's getting up there. He wants to win now. Do you want somebody to learn on the job? Even though he's a former Cowboy and even though all the old Cowboy vets would be happy to see him, I think Jerry Jones needs to sit down and say, who's the best coach that I can hire for this team? Who's the best coach, period? Not somebody that is going to make a splash. Cowboys don't need anybody to make a splash. They sell that darn place out. They sell all sorts of memorabilia. I mean, did you see or merchandise? Did you see what their next schedule is? They're like on Sunday Night Football twice, Monday Night Football, Thanksgiving Day. They stink, and they're going to be on national TV. We're stuck with them. So he doesn't need somebody to come in and give the team a juice it up. He needs somebody who can come in and coach, for crying out loud.
We're stuck with it.
Well, I think Dallas, maybe one of the most hated franchises. They're also the most celebrated. They're kind of like, in all sports, and kind of like Notre Dame, like worldwide. And so people love to hate them. And the Yankees, exactly. Hey, Bob and I were being the fashion critics last night. I don't know if you saw the pregame show with some of the get-ups on the Monday Night Football crew.
Ryan Clark
we had
and
one
Jason
guy
Kelsey.
with looked like a coat got sawed in half and reattached to another one, and then you had Kelsey with the bolo tie and the old timer hat. Did you notice any of that?
First off, what are we doing right now? We're talking about it. So it worked, okay? They made it look like they just stepped out. Kelsey may have just looked like he stepped out of a Little Abner cartoon. And somebody, I saw a good meme of about Clark and said he looks like the guy who's about to just flip a coin and decide whether Batman lives or dies. I've seen Clark with the double jacket before.
Yeah.
I don't get it, but then again, I wear a lot of khakis. So I'm really not the person who should be the fashion arbiter out there. I'd be more worried about what not Robert Griffin III. Who's the guy who's on, who's the quarterback? Cam Newton. All the stuff he wears when he goes
Cam.
on First Take.
Yeah.
Holy
Crazy.
smokes.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine him sitting there the night before? Here's what I'm going to wear tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're putting all that together, that takes a special eye.
Yeah,
but again, I'm not a fashionista. This is just pregame shows anymore. You can't sit around and break down the front four of this team against the offensive line of that, and what's the run fit going to be, and what kind of cover two are they going to run. Everybody can get that on the internet machine. This is like a comedy show now. It's a variety show. I'm waiting for the dancers to come out, and a sword swallower, a magician, and a ventriloquist.
Sword swallower. Well, speaking of, we're talking about it. What did you make of the Mike Tyson Jake Paul event that drew 72,300 fans to AT&T Stadium? The gate was over $18 million. They had 65 million people tune in to watch a 58-year-old Mike Tyson look like he was 78 in there against a YouTuber. I mean, it was the fight. If you had any idea at all about boxing, was exactly what you would expect. It was dull and it was kind of dumb, but that didn't stop people from watching it. Did you? What's your take on that whole thing?
First off, my son and I talk about this all the time, that we have not figured out a way to profit off of this country's stupidity. And it really upsets us. We talk about this often. It's a source of great frustration. Secondly, I'm very pleased that I was not able to stay up. At one point, like you get to that point where you're like nodding off, and I was up late Thursday night watching the game, then I get up early on Friday to work. So you start to nod off, and you either go out or you get that second win. It's like the Wolf of Wall Street when Jordan Belfort's explaining how Quaaludes work.
Yeah.
You stay awake for just 15 minutes. You get the – so I needed to stay awake for the 15 minutes to get to this fight. I decided not to do it. I'm pleased that I did it.
It's amazing, though. I mean, and to give them credit, the fight before it between Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor was one of the great fights, if not the fight of the year. It's in the conversation. That was amazing. And then this was it was unreal. Yes, absolutely worth checking out if you didn't see it. I think it's still on Netflix, but it was everything that the Tyson fight was not.
Yeah.
What did you expect a Tyson fight to be?
Exactly what it was.
A 67-year-old dude. I'm a 62-year-old dude, okay? And they showed him working out, right? And what you saw was 15 seconds of him throwing haymakers. What you didn't see after that was the oxygen tent and the hyperbaric chamber and 72 masseuses and 67 glasses of wheatgrass and a 14-hour nap. And I'm going to do it again for 15 seconds.
Well, and we also got to see his naked butt, too, as he was walking away.
I'm not too upset that I missed that. That's something that I really didn't need to see. Fortunately, the internet was nice enough to provide that for my, bleeding eyes afterwards. So
the funniest part is,
as I say, I weep for our nation. I say that at times. I weep for our nation.
Yeah.
I love that it was his son interviewing him, but his son didn't have the whole mic technique worked where he would ask a question and then keep holding the mic up to his mouth while his dad was answering the question with no mic in front of him.
Good.
Yeah, it was a comedy of errors, and then Mike walks away and you realize he's not wearing anything under his protective cup. So
did anybody else see the report that Jake Paul's next fight's going to be against Jimmy Carter? I think that could really get some good pay-per-view numbers.
Yeah, I was tweeting out to stay tuned for the George Foreman call out. He's going to call out Big George, who I believe is 75 at this point. So
yeah, even if George Foreman taped George Foreman grills to his hands and was able to hit him with those, he still, he wouldn't be able to last a round or two.
Yeah, the saddest part of all of it, one of the cool moments was Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield went into the dressing room with Tyson as he was warming up, and it was cool to see those three, boxing icons in there that have all fought each other. They're friends and they're talking, and then after the fight, Holyfield takes to Instagram, Holyfield, who's 62 years old, trying to get Mike to agree to a third fight between those two, saying the fans want to see it. And I'm going, no, they don't.
No, we don't. No. Nobody wants. Guess what? They'd probably make some money.
I don't know, man.
I can't believe Tyson made $20 million for that and Paul made $40 million. What kind of universe are we living in where this guy's making twice as much as Mike Tyson? I mean, I know you're going to, I listen to the old guy. I don't know what he's an influencer. Yeah, if you're being influenced by Jake Paul, you have some issues, my friend.
That's well put. That is well put. He is El Hombre, Michael Bradley, with us each and every Tuesday at 5 o'clock is where you find him right here, or you can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre, on Twitter. Michael, good to hear your voice again, my friend. Have a great week. We'll talk again next week.
So long, suckers.
How much do you think?
I weep for our nation.
Yeah, for our nation. How much do you think either you or I could make if we decided to get back in shape? And well, you're already in shape.
couple $3.
Yeah, I'm thinking 40 to 50.
$50
dollars.
Get in shape and.
I'd pay $100 to watch that fight.
Matt would like to see me get the crap beat out of me. I think
that's basically it. I would like to pay $100 to watch Bob beat you up.
He doesn't care who it is.
Well, I'm not talking about between us. I'm just saying.
I'm not as interested anymore.
I would have to fight. I would have to fight an internet influencer.
You and Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Let's set it up right now. Former NFL linebacker versus a YouTube influencer.
How about Joe Blow from Bellevue or whatever? One of the texters. I'll fight one of the texters. How about that?
Dave's taking on all texters. We're setting it up right now.
I think Jen and Beaverton could whoop me right now. I'd have to get in shape, though.
Oh, so good. All right, coming up. By the way, I should tell you that the Seahawks are back home this weekend, and today is the last day you can enter to win 4 tickets to watch them take on the Arizona Cardinals at Lumen Field. That's this Sunday, November 24th, and all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. Coming up, there's one reason why the Mariners could make a run at Juan Soto. Talk about that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Saul.
Let's talk scheme, Brock. What was the biggest schematic change for the Seahawks?
Every day at 7:45.
Under center and get the ball out. And you get under there, and it's like, yeah, man, here's a 3-step, there's a hitch. Yep, there's 3-step, there's a slant. Yep, we're going to get in the gun, we're going to throw speed outs. They got back to some very, very basic stuff. But getting under center for 32, almost a third of the snaps, that's going to help you.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. And Swedish is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest. Compared with other radiation treatments, which can sometimes last 6 to 9 weeks, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter. It's typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife's advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. And the vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and may continue normal activities during treatment. CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. The experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research protocols and published findings. And Swedish CyberKnife, it treats patients from all over Washington state. So if you, a friend or a family member, is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Now that the rain is here, I remember my conversation with Anthony, the owner of Asset Roofing, about metal roofs. And not only are metal roofs not loud when it rains, they're more eco-friendly, last twice as long, and Asset Roofing can do them for up to 30% less than their competitors. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Are you constantly dealing with a runny nose, nasal congestion, or stuffiness? Always having to clear your throat or coughing? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that can significantly reduce your symptoms. This long-lasting treatment is available here in my office. In a clinical study, 88% of Rhine Air patients experience a significant reduction in their symptoms. We're proud that Stern Sinus Center was recently named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
An airliner without warning plunges into the Gulf of Alaska. No one knows why. There are no survivors. Then loved ones are left to wonder,
What happened to Flight 293?
Unsolved Histories. What happened to Flight 293? Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Seahawks only had 4 penalties in their win over the 49ers Sunday, their lowest number of the season. Mike McDonald spoke to the media yesterday about discipline and how you build towards it.
I think being disciplined comes with trust, and that comes with doing a lot of good stuff consistently. And now you start to see, hey, all my teammates and the guys playing next to me are going to do their job. Therefore, I only need to do my job. And I'm glad that it's coming together with EJ since he's been here in the short weeks that he's been here. But yeah, I mean, everybody wants to be disciplined. You know, nobody wants to be this out of whack operation. You know, so how do you kind of make that come to life and make it tight so the guys trust one another? And again, it's all about playing the right way, playing connected. That's the secret sauce.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
At Sound Pain Solutions, some of the most difficult cases we see are patients suffering from failed back surgery syndrome. Bill is an avid golfer, but his pain got so bad he couldn't play and was considering surgery.
My back was killing me. I could not play any more golf. I could not walk more than half a block. I did not want surgery on my back, and I researched many different ways of getting this fixed. Behind that was horror stories from my friends who had back surgery, but it wasn't worth it, and I just made conclusion to that. There's got to be another way.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We were able to get Bill back on the course without the risk of surgery. We did this using non-invasive, FDA-cleared procedures like non-surgical decompression, laser, pressure wave, and bioelectrical treatments. Now, Bill is back to playing golf and enjoying life. Schedule a free consultation to learn if you qualify for our non-surgical and drug-free treatment by calling Sound Pain Solutions or visiting soundpainsolutions.com.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is served by Warrior Injury Law.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to El Hombre, Michael Bradley, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in, you can find that conversation on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you. And don't forget to click subscribe, because then you don't have to go through any of that ever again. It just shows up for you. It's beautiful. Meanwhile, we talked about things starting to heat up a little bit in baseball. Some rumors and meetings are happening. Juan Soto has met with the Red Sox. He's met with the Yankees. He's met with the Mets. And he was to meet with the Dodgers today. And we read this tweet yesterday from Alden Gonzalez, who's an ESPN Major League Baseball reporter, said that the Dodgers brought in a bunch of revenue from signing Ohtani. We talked about the enormity of his deal, and, you know, he's this guy close to $1 billion. And his quote was, Shohei Ohtani's first year in L.A. blew away all of their financial projections, which is, he was saying that, like, how could they spend almost $1 billion in the offseason, commit it, and now talk to Juan Soto? And then he put that out there, saying, well, the money that came in due to his presence was more than they ever planned for or anticipated. Thus, it gives them some more, not that they were lacking financial flexibility to begin with, but feeling better about the idea of going after another player that could be in that same stratosphere of salary and bringing in Juan Soto.
Well, is Juan Soto in the same sort of atmosphere as, you know, Ohtani as far as bringing it back? Because, I mean, Shohei Ohtani, he is approaching like...
He's the unicorn.
He's Muhammad Ali, Pele, who else?
Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan.
Tiger.
Just the guy that transcends his sport, that people just know who he is, even if they're not a fan of the sport.
And not only in this country, but like worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, Juan Soto's probably not that guy.
He's not. No, he's not. Because, I mean, what makes Ohtani so unique is that he is who he is offensively, which is one of the best in all of baseball. And he is who he is when he's healthy pitching, which is a frontline ace, a number one starter. And baseball hasn't seen that since Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth didn't do it at the level that Ohtani's doing it, or for very long. So you're seeing something in Ohtani. If people weren't alive that are alive today when Ruth was playing. So we've never seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen that. So he's a little different, but you're talking about a 26-year-old who's not even reaching his physical prime yet, in Juan Soto, who's one of the best players in the entire game. So it's not, you know, some guy who's 30 or about to. You've got a lot of time left with him. You sign him to a decade, he's going to, you know, this deal, he's going to be, 35, 36 by the time this deal's done. So,
well, and Ryan Rowland Smith talking to him about Soto. Here's the other thing is, when you pay somebody that much money, you want to make sure they're squared away. Right. You know, and I don't mean to, you know, I'm just thinking about it. Connor Williams, you know, the retirement, you want to make sure it's not like one of those situations. I mean, that was a small amount of money compared to, you know, if somebody like Juan Soto just decides, I don't want to do this anymore, or gets in trouble or whatever. But by all accounts, Juan Soto, one of those guys. By the way, where do you think Julio ranks as far as, you know, a guy that would bring all of that back? Because he's a tremendously popular player, but I don't know, you know, I mean, Shohei Ohtani is like worldwide. I don't know if, you know, Julio is, you know, maybe just this region.
Yeah, I think baseball fans know who he is, but he doesn't transcend the sport the way that Ohtani does.
Right.
So,
but few do. So,
yeah,
I mean, even I would say Juan Soto probably doesn't either.
No. There are tons of people that don't know who he is unless they're baseball fans. But he is a guy that, in terms of excitement that would be generated by your fan base, turning into ticket sales, turning into season ticket commitments, turning into merchandise, turning into concessions, turning into all that revenue that becomes because you made a commitment to this guy, that then would send that message to the fan base saying, we're going for it. We're going to take advantage of this rotation that is unlike any we've seen in recent memory, 1 through 5. We are bringing in a generational talent. The excitement level would be unreal. And they would start to realize that income right away. And if they surround him with just a few pieces at that point, I think people in the city would start feeling like this is a World Series, not a playoff contender. This is a World Series contender. You bring in a talent like Juan Soto, you pair him up with Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh and that pitching staff, and you just get us somebody who's reasonably productive at third and first. They don't have to be all-star, superstar, just somebody who's just reasonable.
Yeah.
You're looking, all of a sudden, the attitude of the fan base and everybody watching this team completely changes. And you are looking at a legit World Series contender, which means a whole bunch of revenue for this organization. So my hope would be that they would look at that and say, yeah, look at what the Dodgers just did. We were making fun of how much money they spent. Well, they just won a World Series. Now they're looking to spend another $600 plus on another player because of the revenue they realized by the presence of Shohei Ohtani, much more than they even planned or anticipated. So it's just, and I saw this story on CBS Sports, and the headline was Juan Soto free agency ranking top 10 teams by best fit for superstar slugger. And it says all 30 teams should make Soto work, but some have a bigger need than others. And number 10 on this list, the Seattle Mariners. This guy has them in their top 10. And it says the Mariners have only been to the playoffs one time since 2001, which happens to be the last time they won the AL West. They've also been a contender in each of the last 4 seasons.
Painfully aware of that.
Yeah, so Soto could be viewed as a move that helps them put them over the top and that can be attractive to players. Mariners have deep pockets, and we've seen them show as much before, such as with the Robinson Cano signing. The lineup is rough and could use another left-handed hitter, too, making Soto a perfect fit. Of course, we had to demote them a few spots due to the consideration from Soto's point of view. The Mariners play in an extreme pitcher's park that's never an ideal fit for this type of profile. But it is a shorter porch to right field. He's a lefty.
Yeah.
He's not a straight up pull hitter. He hits it all over. So I don't know. I think as long as it sounds like from the conversations, he just wants to know he's playing for a winner. He's going to get that kind of money wherever he lands, whether it's the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, whoever. It's about what are you committing to winning.
Yeah, it's fun. I asked JP one time, John Paul Morosi, who we have on every week, about okay, if everything all is equal, or I don't know how remember how I rephrased the question, but basically it was the fact that this is not a hitter's ballpark here, and does that matter? And he kind of minimized it and was like, not really that big of a deal. But if you're Juan Soto and you're sitting here looking at, the other options, which is in this top 10 list, starting with the Yankees and the Mets, and then it goes to the Orioles and Phillies. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I think New York is always very appealing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and he just lived it. He just lived it there. And it seems like the Mets seem to be a front runner right now, that they're making claims they will not be outspent.
So, what part of you thinks that the Mariners will sign Juan Soto? What percentage?
No part of me. 0%. 0%.
I would say so, too.
Yeah. I would just, there would be a part of me that'd be satisfied knowing, you know what, we're going to take a run at him. Yeah, maybe they come up short, but at least you saw the possibility of the return on your investment on the field and off the field financially. But yeah, I'm daydreaming, Dave. So we'll move on from that.
Well, somebody wrote an article where he's in the top 10 at least.
They've got him. Yeah, they've got the Mariners.
Feel better.
Yep, they've got the Mariners as one of the 10 teams that should be going after him. All right.
Oh wait, you said should.
Yeah, should. Will, that's a different article. One of us now has a new nickname. We're going to learn who that is, what that's all about. Coming up with what we learned, it's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You have a problem with people calling what the Seahawks did a lucky win.
There's a lot of people who listen to our show who listen to the post game and they text in, and as soon as the clock hits zeros, people are saying, well, they got lucky. There was no George Kittle. Bosa didn't play. You got to be lucky in the NFL. To just disregard what that defense did, to disregard what JSN did, to disregard Gino's final drive to win the game is nuts to me. Enjoy the win.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's sea to shining sea and water damage as far as the eye can see.
It's America.
It's freshly mowed grass and a fence that was freshly vandalized by a pack of unruly teens.
It's America.
It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up! Oscar!
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
So here's the deal with Mariners season ticket memberships. You've got 2 great options. With a Flex membership, you have the freedom to pick your seats, games, and number of tickets whenever you want. Or, if you like knowing where you're sitting all season long, go with a reserved membership and lock in your seats from day one. Both plans get you access to exclusive pre-sales, year-round discounts, special event invites, and more. Check it out at Mariners.com/25.
Now Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said
is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
We love learning. Happens
We
each
love
and every day.
learning.
We'd love to learn. Learning is fun. Learning is fundamental. Reading's fundamental. What do we learn today?
So, as you can imagine, we learned a lot from when Adam Ray was on with us, including we learned that Wyman has a new nickname.
You know, Dave, you wouldn't become this mediocre broadcaster if you didn't get 10,000 hours. You know what I'm saying? And so, like,
Hey, I don't like your attitude.
You have to put in. Oh, Wyman, table for one, sassy. The sassy queen is back. By the way, Dave, I know they're giving you a razz about your background vocals in the booth, dude.
Yeah.
Be you. Stay in school, have a bomb-ass summer. Never change. You complimented Rabel's call beautifully. If anything, you could have been louder. I know your shirt was halfway off. Don't ever not trust your gut.
Hey, I got an endorsement from him. I guess I'll keep doing it.
Stay in school, have a bomb summer. It sounded like you were signing your yearbook.
Bomb-ass summer, yeah.
So what was the nickname?
Sassy Queen.
Yeah.
Sassy Queen, okay.
Yeah. I told you before, if somebody's going to get a new nickname and it's me, it better be T-Bone.
That's right. And we decided it'd be Coco the monkey.
Coco.
Yeah, that's right. What else did we learn, Mike?
We also learned that Matt has found a way to get Dave to stop talking.
And that'll just come with some more reps. But yeah, he's a heck of a guy. We love him.
Yep. Sounds. Sorry.
I gave him the signal.
I got excited.
Bob gave me the signal. It was time for you to shut up, Dave.
Thank you, Matt. That was kind of like Mike and I the other day. What's that from? Night at the...
You, me.
You?
Yeah.
You,
Night at the Roxbury?
You, me.
Yeah.
Night at the Roxbury.
You, me.
You, me. Matt's always wrong. Just know that. There's some kind of a discrepancy, and it's between me and Matt. It's on him. Just
I
know
would
that.
like to point out, Bob was the one that gave the signal.
Yeah.
I acted on the signal. Are you saying that Bob is wrong, Dave? Because that's what it sounds like you're implying by
No,
your
I'm still
actions
saying
right
you. I'm still going to go with you.
Well, that simply can't be right.
It's impossible. Impossible. What else did we learn?
Well, of course, we'll learn plenty with Adam Ray, including a weird hypothetical that we'd probably rather not have happen.
Sometimes the technology is a little tough for me, but luckily I have my daughter here, so she'll show me the way.
I feel like that's a reason enough to have kids.
Right.
I know Lefko's the tech savvy guy with you guys, right? And maybe Matt.
Yeah, we defer to them when Dave and I run into problems, and by that I mean when Dave runs into problems.
Yeah. Now I'm picturing Lefko as one of my children, and I'm like, oh God, that
he would have been an only child.
Lefko would be I would be happy to adopt you, Mike, and I could just picture like a Thanksgiving where I'm 85, and Lefko's, I don't know, what are you, 10 now? So Lefko would be 42, and we're sitting there at the dinner table, and I'm like, how do you work this? And Lefko's like, Grandpa, just give it to me. I'll show you.
Lefko cut it off at the impression.
I didn't want to keep going on what he said.
Yeah, certainly.
It's so true, though. I mean, when my kids come home, I'm like, hey, come over here. I need this, do that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Are they both equally adept at technology?
They're better than me.
Well, we're not setting the bar high there.
You know what, though?
That's not saying much, Dave.
My wife is worse than me.
Is she?
Honestly. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are in trouble when the kids aren't around. Then who do you turn to?
Well, Jonathan, my nephew.
Oh, right.
He's a genius.
It's him and it's Lefko, right?
Yeah. I try not with Lefko because
love how he admits it begrudgingly.
Yeah,
how much time do you think you've spent just talking about whether it's uploading tickets or parking passes or any technological situations you have to address?
Well, actually, much less now, right? I feel like you got the ticket thing going.
I got the ticket.
You got
thing
into Seahawks. You get into Seahawks games this year.
My wallet thing.
Yeah,
working.
His wallet is active.
It took me like a year and a half.
I will say yes.
His
Until that
thing.
point, maybe a year and a half of my life on an Apple Wallet. And
These
where you
damn
can find
kids,
it.
Bob, they don't even have a real wallet.
I still just love that night we went to the concert and you had the parking pass on your phone and you're trying to hold your phone out the window to show it to the guy who was across the street.
He waved me in. He waved me in. He was looking for the big green light, or blue, or whatever the hell it was.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Did we learn anything else?
Yeah. We learned that, Adam kind of made Matt a little bit uncomfortable.
But, dude, laugh out loud funny, Matt. Keep it up.
Yeah, we're up against a break, Adam. I'm sorry.
Hey, Matt, delete my number.
There he
delete
is.
Netflix. I'm trying to give you a compliment, dude, and I love you. I'm going to give you a very long, unconsensual hug the next time I see you.
Unconsensual.
That's probably the thing that you would like the least, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
He picked the two things that I will not abide: physical contact and a compliment.
I think I have a picture of like Taylor hugging you on the final day, and you're cringing, and he's laughing.
I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't prepared. I don't like it.
You need a heads up on a moment like that.
I really do. I need a couple days to prepare.
I'll show you the pictures. It's quite funny. It looks very uncomfortable for Matt.
There was a guy in college that was the hug guy, and you're always like, okay, that's enough. That's enough.
That's enough.
Yeah.
I don't like a hug guy. I don't need a hug.
Doesn't matter who the hugger is.
I never need a hug.
No.
I've never been like, you know what would make this social interaction better? A 5-second hug.
You wouldn't be good on like the team, going with the team. Everybody does the fist bump thing. Just, I see you guys, and it's cool, but you come in here, don't touch anybody. Bob's a germaphobe.
You're right.
Left goes little, I don't know.
Squirrely.
Well, something like that.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say that. Huh. And then Matt, of course, just gives you a look like, get the hell away from me. So, yeah, it's a big change for me.
You'd rather start
to the other.
Fist bumping and hugging.
No,
Okay.
I don't need to do that. I really don't. So I'm kind of with Matt on that. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it, certainly, but if somebody wants to do it. But, yeah,
You'll do it begrudgingly, like, all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
You'll give in when Rabel wants to hug you.
I'm going to start doing high fives. How about that? David Putty.
That's right.
High five.
Who do you think is going to reciprocate that high five?
I don't
It's
know.
not going to be me.
I'll find out.
Everybody's going to leave Dave hanging. They're going to go,
find out.
No.
I'm good.
We're not going there. Did we learn anything else?
That's a good one to end on. We learned that Dave's going to awkwardly high five everyone.
Yeah.
And Matt's got an unconsensual hug coming his way.
Oh, boy.
No, Matt's going to get he's going to get a high 10 from me.
High 10. There you go. Sweet.
Twice as bad.
Meanwhile, Mark Schlereth always brings a unique and entertaining perspective and some colorful language at times, too. You never know what he's going to give you. Stay tuned for that conversation. It's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
What was different? I think we played more of a complimentary game, but it's hard to say, like, hey, we just, totally shifted. I think you look at all the things we've been talking about like refining what we're doing, chasing edges, continual improvement on how we handle our business Monday through Saturday, and then, the approach on Sunday. I thought we managed the game well throughout and put ourselves in position to win at the end. So I thought that's what we saw.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
The holidays are a magical time to get engaged. At Shane Company, we're here to help you create your dream engagement ring in just 3 easy steps. Choose a setting that speaks to your style. Compare diamonds and colorful gemstones in all shapes and sizes. Then personalize it with a decorative crown and special engraving. Or choose a perfectly preset ring that's ready to go. At Shane Company, you'll find everyday competitive prices, a no-pressure environment, and an unmatched free lifetime warranty. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at T-Mobile Park, June 26th. Global superstar Post Malone with Jelly Roll. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at noon at LiveNation.com.
At State Roofing, you can trust us to get your project done right because we prioritize quality and excellence in everything we do. Take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest today, and don't pay until 2025. Call State Roofing at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomecomfortAlliance.com.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out JohnsonFitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
In the fall, when the weather starts to change, Washington State sees an uptick in auto theft. A major reason is because of steamers. A steamer is when someone turns their car on to warm up and goes back inside the house, or when someone leaves their car running unattended. Car thieves are trained to spot steamers and will steal your car in a split second. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep yourself and your vehicle safe. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract, plus for a limited time. Ask about an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online to ComcastBusiness.com today. Ins 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Jet season has been a bit of a disaster, and it's claimed a few jobs. Another one goes by the wayside as owner Woody Johnson fired GM Joe Douglas after 5+ seasons. The move came 6 weeks after Johnson fired head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start, setting the stage for an offseason, what they're calling reboot instead of rebuild, that will likely impact quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Phil Savage, a senior football advisor for the Jets, was named the team's interim GM. Meanwhile, other news concerning the NFL involves Deion Sanders, who's been rumored to be in line for a head coaching job. And now that the Cowboys are who the Cowboys are, they expect McCarthy to be gone. Many saying that Deion would be a perfect fit. He said, quote, "I'm happy where I am, man. I've got the kickstand down. You know what a kickstand is? That means I'm resting. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm enthusiastic about where I am. I love it here. I truly do."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Blue 80, set up! And I snapped the ball
and there's just this horrific splash.
It's time to join the stink tank.
The analytics people that I hate your guts. They don't play football, they play quarterback. I'd be the easiest guy in the world to kidnap.
Mark Schlereth. Every Tuesday with Wyman and Bob.
It's a conversation we all look forward to each and every week. Sit down and speak with this guy. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's out there just owning the Big Apple, just taking huge bites out of the Big Apple. The one, the only Mark Schlereth is here with us. How are you, man?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
Doing great. Doing great. Always good to talk to you. And we feel much better after a Seahawks win. They had dropped 5 of 6 going into this game with the 49ers. And looking at that matchup, you're going, man, on the road against the Niners, I don't feel good about this. And they pulled off a big win. I don't know how much of that game you had a chance to watch, but whatever you did consume, what was your impression of their performance?
Yeah, you know what? It was impressive, and you think about it. I mean, I thought, hey, man, they get Christian McCaffrey back, second game he's back. He's going to cure the red zone woes, and they're going to score a bunch of points. And this was one of those ones. You look at the spread was like 6.5, and you're like, you feel like the Niners are going to get that done. 4 or 5 weeks ago, they put up 500 yards or 450 yards of offense, and like 34, 35 points or some garbage like that. And to hold them to 17, I thought that was impressive. And then to put an 80-yard drive together at the end of the game to end that thing with that scramble by Geno Smith, I was really impressed with going on the road and doing the things they did, and certainly didn't expect it from the Seahawks, no question about it, and thought the 49ers were going to play their ways back into contention. But very impressive victory by the Seahawks. Very impressive final drive by Geno. And to me, that pretty much put a nail in the coffin of the 49ers in regards to winning that division and being a playoff team.
Hey, Mark, real quick before I ask my real question, you're not like Aaron Rodgers doesn't have any control over your career or anything like that, does he?
No, why? Did I say something that he's going to get mad at me for?
Well, or fired. That is always sort of, it seems like recently anyway, it's always on the table. So I just want to make sure he didn't have any control.
No. I don't think that Rodgers controls the powers of being Fox, but I don't know that to be factual. Like he does seem to have. I loved it. I loved it when he came out a couple months ago and said, "Wow, the power that you guys think I have, like I don't have." Wait a minute. The reason we think you have power is because you have brought a bunch of guys who have retired and didn't tell anybody out of retirement to play with you with the Jets. Like, there's nobody in their right mind that's a GM that would bring any of those guys into play, and yet they're all on the Jets. Like, he's so full of baloney, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, just a little bit too big for his britches. But hey, I wanted to talk to you about something specifically, and it goes back to like Junior Seau. You had to block Junior Seau, right? Every once in a while.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about slipping blocks or going underneath a block, and I brought it up a lot because you don't do it unless you can make the tackle. And man, I've been seeing Ernest Jones, and he doesn't make a living on it. And that's the thing about slipping a block. And for people, I've explained this many times. It's like, I'm supposed to take, let's say, your left shoulder is where my gap is. And instead of going there, I'll go to your right shoulder, try to go underneath. So that way I don't have to take on the block. But you have to take a really sharp angle to get there. And what I've said on that play, Mark, is that it's like a changeup in baseball. You don't throw it every time, man, because they'll hit it out of the park. But, we saw Ernest Jones. He had, I think, 3 tackles where one of them he slipped Trent Williams. So, it just seems like that kid is playing really well right now. And when you watch him, does it look like a guy that Ernest Jones that would be hard to block?
Yeah, well, that's self-preservation when you slip Trent Williams, because he'll try to murder you.
Yeah,
like he's not playing. That dude is a freak show. So that might be self-preservation. Yeah, I hated guys like that, Dave. Like I got a big, I got a big concrete head. Mm-hmm. I don't have brain in there. I have rebar and I got rebar and cement. So there's not a lot of brain power. So, yeah, I wanted to run into you all the time. I love the guys that wanted to make it a, whose head is harder battle.
Yeah.
And I hated the guys. The guy that used to drive me crazy is Teddy Bruschi, because Teddy would get you where he would, bow up on you, and he was shorter, so he'd get that leverage on you. And then he'd come up and he'd act like he's going to bow up on you, and he'd slip you. And, then you're just eating, you're digging for four-leaf clovers, looking for coins on the ground. You're like, doggone it. And so, yeah, that slip block is one of those that just drives me crazy. And I'm 100% with you. Like I've always said this, and, playing defense in college and being around defensive players, if you're going to do it, you better make the tackle. And one of the things is you got to cut underneath the guy, like you said, on his right shoulder. But as soon as you cut underneath, then you got to flatten out and scream down the line of scrimmage, right?
Right.
Because otherwise, those guys will just outrun you. So you got to change your angle, and it takes athleticism, a lot of athleticism to be able to do that. Most of the time, you got to take that guy on. You got to roll over the top of that guy. But when you have that ability to not only be strong at the point of attack, to take a dude on, to cross his face, and still have that kind of power to do that, and then have the speed and athleticism to undercut that guy or to slip that guy, like those are the guys that are a problem for us as offensive linemen. Because, like I said, I just want you to run into me. That's what I want. And the guys who don't give you that, I've always found are the guys that give you more fits during the course of a game.
Hey, have you watched much of the Cardinals this season? Dave and I were talking about that. That's the next opponent for the Seahawks coming up. And you look at Kyler Murray's numbers, and he's completing almost 70% of his passes, 12 touchdowns, 3 picks. I mean, it just statistically, he looks to be a bit different. Is he a guy, in your opinion, that maybe he's just grown up, he's maturing into being the quarterback everybody thought he would be? Or what are you seeing out of the Cardinals and him specifically?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I've done 3 Cardinals games, so I've seen them a bunch and watched a ton of their film. And one, like James Conner is one of the great football players in this league, probably doesn't get enough credit. And, if you lined up every running back in football and ran a 40, he'd probably come in last, or he wouldn't be in the top 10, that's for sure. But great vision, great contact balance, physical at the point of attack. He just does a lot of things exceptionally well. A real good football player. I love watching him play the game. And so he's a real key. And then ultimately, Kyler, it's been really interesting. Kyler's so athletically, he's so quick. He's so athletically gifted. He's so quick twitch that when he climbs the pocket, oftentimes he when you drop back as a quarterback, right? You hit, let's say it's a 5-step drop. You hit the 5th step in your drop, you're ready to unleash the ball, right? So if the first read in your progression isn't open, so you go da 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 da, and you hit your 5th step, right? And you're ready triggered. You're throwing the ball. If that's not open, you go tap. You hitch up, right? And so that's where the next read in your progression is supposed to open up. And so then it's one more hitch, and that's the 3rd read in your progression. And then after the 3rd read, it's check down. You just throw it out to the flat or whatever. But the timing of each hitch times up to the route combination. And what you would see when you study Kyler over the last couple of years, even early in the season, that he's so athletically gifted that when he climbs the pocket and he goes up to that first hitch, he's ahead of the receiver coming out of the break. So then it's not open. Then he hitches again, and then he's in front of that guy. So, it's the old John Wooden. What was it? What's the old saying, John Wooden? Don't be be quick, but don't hurry, something of that nature. I can't remember the exact quote. But he has to learn to slow his feet down and be smooth in the pocket when he hitches up. And they've worked on that. He's worked on that. He acknowledged it to me in the last meeting we had. I just get ahead of myself, and sometimes my feet are ahead of kind of where my route combinations are. And you watch him slow that down, and it really has added to his accuracy, because when he hits the first step, the first read in the progression, he's deadly. He is on target. It was when he got to the 2nd and 3rd read that things were just off from a timing standpoint, and he's worked diligently to fix that. And over the last several weeks, he's been so much better. And you just go back and watch him in that second and third hitch. He's delivering the ball on target, on time, and it's because of his feet.
Hey, Mark, I'm trying not to get too excited about Abe Lucas. Well, actually, I'm not trying. I'm really excited about Abe Lucas, and I know you've talked to him, and I think you had some connection with him, but I don't know if you get a chance to watch him play. But I feel like he just is a guy who can change the culture on the offensive line. I've been raving about this play where he runs 20 yards downfield and pushes the pile, and meanwhile he's sprinting past a couple of guys that are jogging, and I'm just wondering if that can sort of change the culture for an offensive lineman. Is it something that you can get one guy to really do, and like I always say, make it cool again?
Yeah, one of the things that ends up happening to you is you watch a guy that plays, next to you. And this happened with me with Gary Zimmerman. I was a Pro Bowl player when I came to Denver, and I had some injury issues or whatever, but, always played hard and played aggressive and played physical and all that. And lined up next to Gary Zimmerman in practice, and he's like running circles around me. And it was like, son of a gun, you're making me look bad on film. Like, I got to pick up my game, And so it was one of those things where you're like, shoot, I got to, because he'll make you look slow. It's like put on the film with Ray Lewis back in the day when he was in his heyday, and he made everybody else on the football field look slow. As a matter of fact, I remember this time we're playing the Chicago Bears. I'm with Washington. It's 1991. We go to Chicago. And, you have that Saturday night meeting, Dave, and just the Saturday night meeting, and you guys talk about everything, and you get the team meeting, and then you split up in different, the offense goes to one meeting room, the defense goes to the other. And Joe Gibbs goes, I want you guys to see this. And he puts a film that he cut up of Mike Singletary on.
Mm-hmm.
And the principle of this film was Mike Singletary never turned to assess whether you could make a play or not. He just turned and took off like he had a rocket up his ass. And I am telling you, it was one of the most impressive films I've ever watched, because they throw, like, he'd be in a hook drop at 10 to 12 yards, and they'd throw a deep in-cutting route on the other side, like a dagger concept, deep in-cutting 18-yard route on the other side from where his hook drop was. And he'd put his foot in the ground and sprint and get down there and get in on the tackle and create a fumble. And, like, it was never one of those things, the play's too far away, I'm not going to make it.
Right.
And it was like we went play after play after play after play after play. And these were just like random cut-ups throughout the season. And it was every play he's playing at a different speed than everybody else. And it was one of those things that you just looked at and go, wow, like that's who I'm playing against. I better buckle up this weekend, right? And that's the kind of effect a guy like that can have on a football team.
Hey, what do you think of the effect or impact that Russell Wilson's having with the Steelers? How much of their success are you putting on him specifically? Is it just, hey, this is a guy who's just fitting in and not screwing it up, or he's leading the charge? How do you see his four? I think they've won 5 in a row and 4 in a row with him.
Yeah, he's been impressive. And I think the biggest thing for me that's been impressive about Russ is I think Russ has really, like, I'll give him all the credit in the world for the maturity, because when you watch the way they play the game, and now he hasn't been great the last couple of games. He's completed about 50% of his passes, but he makes 2 or 3 deep ball throws a game that are just game-changing. They're unbelievable. Then the other thing that has happened is, this is something I've complained about a bunch with Russ, his inability to throw and throw the ball in the middle of the football field. And in his first, I didn't look last week, but in his first 3 games or so, everything was outside the numbers. Like, there wasn't even an attempt in the middle of the football field. And so the Steelers are doing very much what Pete Carroll did early in Russ's career. Here's what you can do. These are the things you can't do. We're not going to allow you or call those things. We're going to keep you in this world. And when he's in that world, throwing the ball outside the numbers, the quick hitches, the little the quick comeback throws, the boot keep stuff out, getting to the tight ends and the slide and all those kind of things, the little flood routes where you're getting him outside the pocket. Dude's exceptional. Dude is exceptional. Always has been. He was that way in Seattle, and that's what he does well. And I'll give him a ton of credit for saying, okay, things haven't gone well the last several years. My last year in Seattle, my 2 years in Denver, it's been an abject disaster. I'm going to get back to being coachable and doing what I do best. And as long as he does that, man, it's exciting. It's fun, and I'll give him all the credit in the world for that stuff.
Hey, Mark, had something happen. The Seahawks going into this game, a lot of people were talking about, well, the Niners, they don't have Kittle, and, some guys are hurt and banged up and everything. But the Seahawks, fair amount of adversity. That first they trade for Ernest Jones, and then they fire Dodson. And then Connor Williams decides to retire. And, the word was that, he was kind of withdrawn and, especially being an offensive lineman, he wasn't communicating with his teammates and he was just done. And do you ever come across anything like that? Because I think it's the one sport, where you really have to be settled as far as, your mental discipline, emotionally, things like that. You ever come across see a similar situation to that?
No, not really. Where a guy just kind of was checked out or just kind of done.
Yeah.
Maybe in the off season or whatever, when he just didn't want to do it anymore. Had been around for a long time. But it's different today. Today's just different than when you and I played, and we weren't making any money. So you played as long as you possibly could to try to accumulate. And, now guys play 2 or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years and they're set. I mean, they've made more money than you can shake a stick at. And so it does give you better, it gives you more options to say, hey man, I've had enough. I'm going to walk away. And I'm set. I've got generational type money and I can move on with my life and figure out what I want to do after this. I mean, it does take a toll on your body, obviously. And I will say this, having played hurt, my entire career, it's arduous mentally. It's a grind. And I always had to turn it into a competition with myself. I always felt like garbage. So one of the big things I used to think all the time about playing is, man, anybody could play this game if they felt good. I feel like absolute hammered crap, and I'm going to go out here and kick your ass. And so it became a big challenge for me every week. Was I showed up to games where I literally couldn't hardly walk and played lights out in the entirety of the game, and things that I just was able to force my body to do. At that point in my life, but it was exhausting. And, I was always the first guy in the facility, the last guy to leave. I was always in it. I would come in at 5 a.m. and rehab until 7:30. Then I'd study film till 9. And then, it was my daily grind every day, just to stay, just to give myself an opportunity to be on the football field. So that stuff is exhausting. And I feel for a guy who just gets to the point where he's like, man, I've had enough. My body hurts. I feel like garbage. I just don't want to do this anymore. So I understand how hard that is.
Yeah, 27 years old. So not an old man even in football years. So we'll see what he does. But hey, just a quick thought before we let you go. Are the Lions the best team in the league now? We saw the Chiefs finally lose, and we'd sort of talked about, they're undefeated, but they don't look dominant, and they've suffered a loss. I mean, I know the Bills are good if we're just looking at records, the Eagles, but the Lions, I know Jacksonville's not great, but they 52-6. I mean, does that speak more to how great the Lions are or how dreadful Jacksonville is?
Yeah, I've been saying the Lions are the best team in football since week one, and regardless of dropping one early and the Kansas City Chiefs being undefeated, they physically can beat you up physically. They can run the ball on you. They can finesse you. It just doesn't. Any game you want to play, they can beat you at. They're better than you. They're like Globo Gym. We're better than you, and we know it. So they're incredible. And the fact that Jared Goff can go on the road and throw 5 picks and still find a way to will his team to a victory. Like that game against Houston's it's unreal. Like that's when you know you're really good. When you don't have your good stuff, you don't play well, and you still find a way to win. That's when you know you're a damn good football team.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to see what they're doing out there. Mark, as always, we appreciate the conversation. Great stuff. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll talk again next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Tank.
There you go. Mark Schlereth with us each and every week. If you just tuned in, didn't catch all of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, click on our picture. It'll be right there waiting for you. Or you could go the easy way and just click subscribe and never have to think about it again, Dave.
Why are you looking at me?
Because it's technology that works for you. It makes things more efficient, unlike streaming.
And it's easy.
That doesn't make things more efficient or better. By the way, the Seahawks back home this weekend, and today is the last day you can enter to win 4 tickets to watch them take on the Arizona Cardinals at Lumen Field. That's this Sunday, November 24th. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download it. All right, everybody, that's it for us. Big show today. Want to thank our guests, Jonathan Hankins, Adam Ray, the great comedian, of course, Mark Schlereth, just the great Mark Schlereth, really, and the great El Hombre, Michael Bradley, all joined us on the program. If you missed any part of today's show, you missed a lot, but never fear. You can find it on the podcast page. Head to seattlesports.com, click the podcast tab, scroll down, click on our picture. It's right there waiting for you after the show each and every night. Or, as I always tell you, just click subscribe. It's the easiest way because you never worry about it. After that, it just shows up. It's beautiful. Have a great night, everybody. We're back tomorrow with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
You didn't think we'd go all the way through all these highlights without playing the game-winning touchdown, right?
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
Dave in the background.
The Dave laugh.
Yeah.
That's pure joy. I can't contain myself.
I love it so much.
And Gino jogged in. I was yelling, run, dog, what you doing? But again, we need to see more of this from Gino. It's an underrated dynamic to his game. There's nothing there. Do what you do.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Point. Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and having to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Arizona. Kickoff at 1:25 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at T-Mobile Park, June 26th. Global superstar Post Malone with Jelly Roll. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at noon at LiveNation.com.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at Mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming on Seattle Sports.
She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're going to be okay.
Dr. Odyssey, Thursdays, 9/8 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
You're listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Winter. The undefeated start for the Cleveland Cavaliers comes to an end. They fall in Boston 120-117. Group play continuing here at the Emirates NBA Cup. We are in Group B tonight. I'll keep you updated as to all the group games that are going on. But we got the Thunder with the San Antonio Spurs. One team is 1-0. San Antonio's 0 for the tournament. That even goes back to last year. With the call, we go to Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, General broadcast team. Alongside PJ Carlissimo, here's Mark Kestisher.
All right, Kevin Winter, thank you very much. We welcome everybody to ESPN Radio's coverage of the Emirates NBA Cup. We're going to have group play action for you over the next 3 Tuesdays, including tonight. And, of course, we will have the NBA Cup semifinals in Las Vegas on December 14th and the championship on December the 17th. PJ, fun to see the new floors. I know if you're, for those who had a chance to watch the Boston game earlier tonight, the Kelly Green floor, I think if you have a chance to tune in and see the highlights tonight of this game, it almost feels like you're watching a black and white television with this gray surface and the Spurs wearing black.
Well, I tell you, they've made improvements. They unplugged some of the floors that were neon colored last year. I think they're better. And again, it's just calling attention. There is no question the teams and the players are much more focused. I really thought the Lakers surprised everybody last year. They knew the cup was important. They went at it. They got themselves to Vegas, and then they won it. More teams this year are concerned with the Cup games.
And the San Antonio Spurs are still looking for their first Cup win. They went 0-4 last year, but I think the bigger headline tonight is the fact that they don't have their outstanding 7'4" center, Victor Wembanyama. About 6 minutes to go, fourth quarter, in a hotly contested game down the stretch against the Lakers in Cup action on Friday night. Anthony Davis and Wemby banged knees. They thought maybe just a 1 day's rest because it was a back-to-back Saturday, but it is a bone bruise, and we're not sure how long he's going to be out.
I was giving him a hard time yesterday after practice. He wasn't buying any of my grief. But, yeah, I'm disappointed. I just love watching him play. It's hard to imagine you could be better than he was when he's unanimous Rookie of the Year, but he's off to a better start. He's shooting the ball better from the perimeter. He's got 50 points already. He's got listen to Christine Lisi before the game. He's got a 5x5. I mean, he's absurd, the stuff he's doing. He doesn't turn 21 till January. Are you kidding me?
Well, no Victor Wembanyama tonight, their leading scorer. Also no Devin Vassell, who's been recovering from off-season foot surgery. He has played 4 games, but apparently his knee flared up. So the top 2 Spurs scorers are out. And even though Oklahoma City is without all their big men, including Chet Holmgren, who went down a week and a half ago, the Spurs have been able to survive with small ball to the tune of 11-3 and top in the West.
Well, they're defending better than they did last year, and that's a strong statement. They've been far and away the best defensive team in the league. They're forcing turnovers like there's no tomorrow, and they couple it with the fact that they're number 1 in fewest turnovers. So they get 6 more shots a game. It's like spotting them points before you even start. It's a very deep roster, and Mark Daigneault's doing a fantastic job, last year's Coach of the Year.
The reigning Coach of the Year for the Oklahoma City Thunder, 11-3, 4-1 on the road, and here's their starting lineup for their 15th game of the season. The backcourt, the outstanding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 6'6", has averaged over 30 points a game the last 2 years. He's at 28.5, 7th in the league coming in tonight. Cason Wallace, the second-year guard from Kentucky, is going to start with Isaiah Joe out with a calf bruise. Wallace, outstanding defender, but has been struggling with his shot so far this year. The front court, Aaron Wiggins, the fourth-year man out of Maryland, along with Lou Dort, great defender, now in his 6th year from Arizona State. And how about in the middle, the center at 6'6", with all the height issues, Jalen Williams, J-Dub. Their number 2 scorer is their center.
Well, it makes it easier for us. There's only one Jalen Williams playing,
Good point.
But I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter who starts for these guys. They change the lineup. They don't miss a beat.
For the San Antonio Spurs, 6-8 on the season. They are 5-3 here in the Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, and this is the first of a 3-game homestand. The backcourt is the 20-year veteran, the 39-year-old Chris Paul, who became the 3rd member of the 12,000 assist club recently. And the man who is 20 years younger, Stephon Castle, out of UConn, starts in the backcourt with him. Up front, Harrison Barnes, another vet who was signed over to help bring along this young San Antonio squad. Julian Champagny is the other forward. They're both at 6'8", and in the middle, Zach Collins, happy birthday. On his 27th birthday, will start in the middle for Wembanyama.
Playing very well, maybe playing a little more than he planned on it, but playing very well, Zach Collins, by way of Gonzaga.
Our officials for tonight's game, John Goebel, Ray Acosta, and Sheree Mitchell. As we get set for a late night start here in San Antonio, this is the back end of the TNT doubleheader playing in the Central Time, so we are at 8:40 local time, and the center jump controlled by the San Antonio Spurs will work it from left to right as we watch it.
Spurs looks like they're taller at 3 or 4 different positions out there.
Harrison Barnes, the black jerseys, the silver numerals to Champagny on the right, drives in the lane, nearly blocked by Wiggins, but forced it up and in for the first bucket for San Antonio.
Well, that's where they miss Chet Holmgren. Protects the rim extremely well. Second best shot blocker in the league behind Wemby.
Jason Wallace will drive the lane, kicks it outside to a wide open Aaron Wiggins, who drops a triple. 44% from outside this year.
Yeah, not a good rotation there. You cannot give this team is an best in the league last year. They're actually struggling this year from the three-point line, but not for long.
This is Chris Paul from the left wing, and he answers with a three-pointer.
20th year in the league and still playing at a very, very elite level.
38% from three, and he's averaging 8.5 assists per game. Spurs by 2. Drive by J-Dub for Oklahoma City. They work it around to Dort. He's been lethal from 3, but he missed that one from up top, and Champagny has the rebound.
Yeah, bad news, though, Kessie. That was another open 3.
Chris Paul will work the San Antonio offense. Castle, the rookie, one and done at Connecticut, won a championship last year in April, and now off the ball, we've got an offensive foul. Zach Collins knocking down Cason Wallace, and that's our first foul of the night. Will go against Collins, his first.
Zach Collins, he's not going to play 48 minutes, but they cannot afford foul trouble from him. That's an advantage, having a big guy in this game, and hopefully Zach Collins, although he's not really an interior big, but hopefully he can help them out in the paint.
Collins 6'11", had his first start on Saturday for Wembanyama at 20 points. Here's OKC the other way. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander tried to get a shot off, got it blocked. He wanted a foul. And now Spurs coming the other way to our right. Castle to Champagny, left wing. Cuts toward the lane. Pass out way too high for Castle. Was it tipped? John Goebel, the lead official, says no. Out of bounds. It'll be Thunder basketball.
He looked across for some help from one of his partners, Sheree Mitchell. She did not see a tip either. Stefan Castle didn't even go after the ball. He was positive that it was tipped.
Inbound to Gilgeous-Alexander, who's covered by Castle. Bounce pass on the cut to the line for Jalen Williams. Missed the jumper. The rebound comes down to San Antonio. Chris Paul working into the front court. Dribbles on the left side. Paul working around to the top. Champagny into the left corner. Harrison Barnes. Barnes drives the lane into double coverage. Shot up, no good. Time Dort and Wiggins down low, and Wiggins comes away with it.
It's like both teams want to attack the rim with no Wemby and no Chet. Let's take advantage.
Don't get that often in this series, and now Shai Gilgeous had it knocked away. San Antonio digging for the steal. Chris Paul, no look for Champagny, couldn't hang on the baseline. OKC trying to save it. Wiggins had it poked away from behind. It's loose and out of bounds. And they're going to hold on a sec. They initially said OKC ball, but Ray Costa said nope, it's the other way.
Yeah, he corrected himself. He just pointed the wrong way. Tell you what, Kesty, we talked about it in the pregame. Unbelievable combination. Oklahoma City, #1 in the league in fewest turnovers themselves, and #1 in forcing opponent turnovers. It's a lethal combination.
Inbound Champagny, contested 3, no good out of the corner. Rebound Dort, and here he comes. Dort driving right into the body of the Spurs defense, gives to Jalen Williams. Had it blocked underneath. Collins got a piece, but Williams got it back, and J-Dub able to slam it home.
When they're not shooting open threes, Oklahoma City has been relentless attacking the rim.
It is 5-5 here. Nearly 3 minutes gone by first quarter. Barnes, great spin move on Dort, puts it up and in.
Ditto. There's not even any big forwards. Forget there's no center. There's not even any big forwards on the floor for Oklahoma City.
You could almost see the grease board before the game. Drive. But from outside, Cason Wallace knocks down a 3. We talked about his struggles from the perimeter.
Yeah, he was such a good three-point shooter last year and not off to a good start.
25% coming in. Castle looks to answer. Corner 3, no good. Jalen Williams rebounds. The 6'6" center tonight hustles into the front court. Now he's going to pull from 3. It's off target, too strong, and rebounded by Collins. 8-7 Thunder. Spurs with it. Castle driving. Bumped by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. They wave off the bucket on the lay-in as Sheree Mitchell called the foul on the floor on Shai, his first.
Steph Castle's gotten the opportunity to play more with the injuries to Vassell and Sohan and Trey Jones missing most of the season. He's only played in 2 games so far. and he's taking advantage of it. I mean, it's hard to believe. He was playing in the Final Four last year, Kes.
Averaging 10 points a game here early. Champagne off the inbound. Hard drive by Jalen Williams, and he scores it.
You're 100% right about those grease boards. Attack the rim.
Here's SGA underneath. Finds the baseline, cutting Wallace, who flips it up and in with the right hand. And back and forth we go, 10-9 OKC. Coming up on 8 minutes to go. First quarter, Chris Paul working on the three-point line. Lobs it for Collins. Knocked away by Jalen Williams. Here's Williams, a 3-on-2. A great threat pass and a dunk by Wiggins as OKC extends the lead to 3.
Well, it's very fitting that we go to a commercial on that. When you turn the ball over against OKC, they convert on the other end.
And San Antonio will take our first timeout at 7:54 to go. Opening quarter from San Antonio, Texas. And it is the Thunder 12, the Spurs 9. You're listening to the Emirates NBA Cup on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Seattle Sports.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Where you get your podcasts. I'm Kevin Winter, Insider Granger Studio Update. Group A in the East, 7 to play in Brooklyn. Hornets and Nets tied at 100. Don't forget to log on to our social media accounts at NBA on ESPN Radio to vote in the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. Who's going to get in the zone for our matchup? Group B in the West, Thunder and the Spurs, Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chris Paul, or Stephon Castle in the zone, brought to you by AutoZone. To get in the zone, AutoZone of Marquesas, PJ Calissimo. Back to you at Frostbank Center in San Antonio.
Kev, thank you very much. And Oklahoma City with the 12-9 lead over San Antonio, 7:54 to go. Here in the first quarter, Case and Wallace getting the start tonight, PJ, because Isaiah Joe is dealing with a calf bruise, and we started the broadcast saying the guy has struggled with his shot. Well, he's 3 for 3, including a three-pointer. He's got the last 7 points.
Well, you're certainly going to put more stock in what he did last year. For the year, Kesty shot .419, which is extremely good. He's off to a bad start. He came in shooting 25%. It's hard to believe a guy that shot it that well, but that kind of reflects what's going on with the team. They were the #1 three-point shooting team in the league last year. They're middle of the pack right now, 14 or 15.
But as you pointed out, they've been doing it with defense, #1 in steals, #2 in block shots. And they're doing it with a lineup that is between 6'3" and 6'6". Now, they played Dallas the other day, and Dallas used all their size, and OKC almost came back and won it.
Yeah, but Dallas got him both ways. They got him from the perimeter, and they got him inside.
San Antonio down 3 in possession as we come out of timeout. 7:40 left first quarter. Chris Paul on top. Shot clock dips under 10. Fires it right side. Champagnie drives to the free throw line. Ducks under. Puts it up and scores on the 10-footer.
Young man from St. John's, aggressive and playing very, very well. He's a guy they picked up, and Julian Champagny has found a home in San Antonio.
He was undrafted in 2022. There was quite a draft between these teams. We'll get to that in a moment. Here's SGA knocking down the short baseline jumper. Gilgeous-Alexander scoring.
I don't want to say he doesn't play hard. Obviously he does, but he never looks like he's playing hard. Looks like he's just gliding out there, SGA.
It's like a duck on the pond, right? Here's a
Another
turnover, San Antonio.
And guess what?
OKC the other way. Wiggins for three. Nets it, taking advantage of another San Antonio turnover.
That's 5 turnovers. They're fortunate. It's only 5 points so far. Usually their points off turnovers even higher than that.
6-point lead for the Thunder of 3 triples, 2 from Andrew Wiggins. Here's Castle hitting the medium range J from the right. That's Aaron Wiggins, I'd say, not Andrew. Andrew's from San Antonio.
Castle spending a lot of time with shooting coach Jimmy Barron, and it's paying off. Steph Castle.
Wiggins working to the right elbow. Jumper short off the front rim. Comes straight down, and Spurs coming the other way. Paul out on the right wing. Paul's going to launch for 3, and CP3 missing from there. Rebounded by Wiggins.
Spurs need to find ways to score. Kesty, they're offensively challenged when they're at full capacity. They're not even close to that. So they got to make some threes, or they got to get to the free throw line, or they need some offensive rebounds.
Lou Dort missed a 3. San Antonio down 4 in possession. Stephon Castle will pass it across to Barnes into the corner. Collins, the big man, shoots a triple but misses it. And Jalen Williams secures the rebound for the Thunder.
Well, he's a perimeter 3.
SGA bobbing and weaving, now driving inside on Champagny, leans into him, short baseline. Jay is good.
That was not well defended. It was extremely well defended. It didn't make any difference.
19-13, Oklahoma City with the lead. 5.5 minutes to go in our first quarter. Stephon Castle, left-hand dribble at the top. Number of players in front of us waiting to check in.
6 of them. We can't even see the court.
CP3 into Barnes, spins through a double team and scores right at the rack. And Mark Daigneault's going to call for a timeout. Spurs down 4, 19-15.
Hockey line change right now. And just to go back to that point about the Spurs struggle to score points. They're in the bottom 10 in the league. Against this team, that's really a danger, because this team not only shuts you down on defense, but they score a lot. So Spurs got to manufacture some offense on the offensive glass, on the free throw line, or maybe points off turnovers, which usually doesn't happen against the Thunder.
Full timeout here in San Antonio, and with 5:18 to go, first quarter, Thunder 19, the Spurs 15. This is the Emirates NBA Cup on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
ABC Wednesdays.
Y'all complain all day. We want books. We want paper towels in the classroom. Bet you want raises, too.
I'm still waiting on the paper towels.
Abbott Elementary returns with the new season.
We asked the district for more after-school programs. They gave us $50 for class pets instead.
Critics cheer. Abbott Elementary continues to be one of the funniest and most beloved shows on TV.
What y'all doing out there? Taking bribes? Proud of y'all.
Abbott Elementary, Wednesdays, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC and stream on Hulu.
With NBA League Pass, you can keep up with the whole league.
Wait, is this for real?
For real.
So I can choose from so many live games?
Yeah, up to 4 with multi-view.
And watch my favorite players dunk?
From every angle, home or away.
Wow, unbelievable.
Believe it, kid. With NBA League Pass, it's all possible. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops.
Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
Kevin Winter with the Emirates NBA Cup on ESPN Radio. A couple of scores coming out of Group C in the West. The Memphis Grizzlies and the Denver Nuggets. Denver's up 85-61 to 5.5 to play in the third quarter. Halftime in Group C in Dallas where the Mavericks lead the Pelicans 63-51. We go to Group B in the West. Back to San Antonio. PJ Colissimo, Mark Kester, guys.
All right, Kev, thanks a lot. Where PJ, San Antonio, and those turnovers, and you're pointing out Oklahoma City's taking advantage and hitting some three balls. Big difference in the quarter.
Yeah, that's the difference. 3 for 6 for the Thunder, 1 for 5 from 3 for the Spurs to start. But the 5 turnovers are what's hurting. When you play this team, look at already, Kest, 15 field goal attempts for the Thunder, 12 only for the Spurs. They force turnovers, and they don't turn it over themselves.
Rookie A.J. Mitchell out of Santa Barbara is on the floor for OKC. Into the front court, we got 2 Santa Barbara players, including Jalen Williams, got the ball right now. Into the lane, great dump down to Wiggins, waits patiently, puts it up and in. Another bucket underneath for OKC.
Well, I'll tell you what, AJ is not only a rookie, he's a two-way player who's in the rotation for OKC.
Originally from Belgium. Dad, an American who played professionally there. Stephon Castle, the rookie from Connecticut, will work it to Keldon Johnson in the game first time, right side to Trey Jones. First shot of the night is a triple right in front of the Spurs bench.
Trey Jones got injured first game of the year against Dallas. He played the last game against Dallas. It's the only team he's played against prior to tonight. 2 games he's played.
And both on the road in Dallas. First home game right now, and he hits a triple. Here's Cason Wallace. Little twisting, turning jumper missing. Rebounded by Charles Bassey, who's in the game. 6'10" from Western Kentucky, fourth-year man. To Trey Jones, who works on the right against J-Dub. They work it into the corner. Three-pointer, Harrison Barnes goes down. Back-to-back Spurs triples. They've tied the game.
They need those threes to stay in touch.
21-21, under 4 minutes to go, opening quarter here in San Antonio. Jay Williams twitching at the top. Jalen now will put up the jumper and knock it home. Smooth, deep 2 for Jalen Williams.
I'll tell you what, they are really, really talented and very deep, but Mark Daigneault does not hesitate to get other youngsters in behind the young guys he's got starting.
Castle tries a 3, miss it.
Bassey.
Offensive rebound underneath. Turning against Kendrick Williams. Now they work it up to Barnes. Quick pass to Trey Jones in the corner. Great ball movement up to the opposite corner. Keldon Johnson with a 3 for the lead for San Antonio.
Keldon Johnson shot for at least a half hour after practice yesterday. Don't forget, that started with an offensive rebound.
Here's an elbow jumper good for Jalen Williams, knocking down another one. Williams went to Santa Clara, not Santa Barbara, so we have 2 Santas in the lineup in California.
Got some Gauchos and some Broncos.
There you go. Good catch. Ball out of bounds. It'll be OKC ball, and good news for the Thunder, welcoming Alex Caruso back, who had missed 3 games with a strained right hip. One of the outstanding defenders in the league. Cason Wallace will take a seat.
And not a more appropriate winner of the NBA Hustle Award. Nobody better than Alex Caruso. Won it last year.
Defensive stance now. They work underneath the Bassey, who got fouled, put it up and in. Bassey point blank, able to muscle one up, and a chance for 3 as the Spurs retake the lead.
Mitch Johnson goes deep into his lineup. It's Charles Bassey on the floor, and already impact. An offensive rebound and a chance for an and 1 3-point play down here. You have to try and beat OKC on the glass, and hopefully you take care of the ball if you're going to have a chance to beat them.
You know who enjoyed that basket? We're looking at Victor Wembanyama, who's watching his guy Charles Bassey, who tore an ACL last December, missed the rest of the year, and a chance for 3 here.
Well, you know how the position groups stick together. Those guys bang against each other every day in practice, so they always are pulling for each other, and particularly when you got a guy like Bassey who hasn't had a lot of time to play behind Wemby.
3-point play for Bassey and a 12-2 San Antonio run. They've taken the lead 27-25. We're under 3 minutes to go first quarter.
How about 39 minutes so far for Bassey coming in tonight?
Here's Jalen Williams. A little fadeaway jumper, smooth from 20 feet away. Ties it at 27. Williams 8 points here in the first quarter. Known as J-Dub in Oklahoma City circles. Now it's Champetti dribbling at the top of the key, right side to Malachi Branham, getting his first run for San Antonio tonight. Leaves it for Jones, working on the right, dribbling down. He's cut off by Mitchell. Now attacks Ousmane Dieng, who got in the way and might have got a piece of that one.
Yeah, there's some rim protection right there from the big guy.
Oh, nobody picked up J-Dub, and Williams gets all the way down floor and scores.
You've got to get back is one thing against OKC, but you got to get matched up, whether it's protecting against the rim or protecting against the three.
10 for Jalen Williams as Brandon missed the outside shot. Rebound comes all the way out. Trey Jones, three, misses from the right corner. Another long offensive rebound. Bassey trying to get rid of it. Hands it off to Johnson.
What an excellent job Charles Bassey's doing.
Johnson wheels, takes the three, and knocks it home.
Okay, see, this game is playing out just the way the Dallas OKC game did on Sunday. It's a shootout, and they don't really want to shoot out OKC. They want to control it with their defense.
Bassey with the block on Jalen Williams. Champagnie on the other end for three. Missed target, hits the rim. Karem's out of bounds. It'll be OKC ball.
Yeah, badly missed right there. It was a pretty good look. Julian Champagnie logging some good minutes. First quarter, Dallas Thunder on Sunday, 39-34 Mavericks. They made threes. They got on the glass. Lively made a big difference. They inside players stepped up. Bassey really stepping up for the Spurs.
Got a foul off the ball against Trey Jones. It'll be his first. First in the last 2 minutes against San Antonio. So OKC will inbound at the hash mark with Kenrich Williams, the seventh-year man, undrafted at TCU. Hits it into Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Largely quiet first quarter. Now he rocks and pulls back and knocks home a three. The net barely quivered on that one.
He's been a little streaky from three. He's a reliable three-point shooter, but he's been in and out so far this year.
Thunder take the lead, 32-30, our 11th lead change of the first quarter. Gilgeous-Alexander, by the way, 3 for 3 in a quiet first. Here's Trey Jones, under a minute to go in the quarter. 5 to shoot, over to Branham. Malachi drives by Dieng, and it knocked high up in the air. It's loose, and OKC has the steal. On the far end of the floor, it's Mitchell for 3, and in transition, he knocks it home.
Yeah, I don't know whether they call that a steal or just a missed shot, but it doesn't matter. They beat you in transition.
Thunder by 5. Good defense, OKC. Better scoop pass by Branham, and one opportunity. Charles Bassey took a scoop pass from Branham, and then through contact, able to get it up toward the rim and get it in. A chance for a second three-point play.
We had better get the Spurs PR staff with all the Charles Bassey career highs, because he's going to break them so far the way he's going. He has really been dominant. Look at him. He's huffing and puffing. He's so tired. But he's been active on the glass. He's scored. He's done an excellent job so far.
You said 39 minutes so far. 8 points total on the season as he misses the free throw. He's got 5 points off the bench here tonight. No Wembanyama, so the Spurs going deep into their big man bench. 20 seconds to go in the quarter. OKC by 3.